Recording. We are off mute. Mr. Chair, it's all yours.
Hey, I'll call the meeting to order. I guess Jordan's on his way. We'll just. He won't wait for him. We'll just go ahead and start. Without it.
He didn't say how long he was gonna
Okay,
be.
yeah,
I'm guessing it'll be shortly.
Okay, guess we'll go have introductions. Go around the table.
Raina Blackman, livestock producer from Wolf Creek.
Mike Honeycutt, Executive Officer, Department of Livestock.
Leslie Doley, Program Manager for the Livestock Loss Board.
Doreen Gillespie, livestock producer from Etheridge.
John Samsel, livestock producer from Stanford.
Brian Simonson, Deputy Executive Officer for the Department of Livestock.
And we have Lindsay back there.
Yes, Lindsay Simon, agency counsel for the board.
And then who all do we have on Zoom then?
Mr. Kip is on Zoom. He's off mute.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Joe Kip. Seems like I have too many programs open. I'll shut down and I'll rejoin.
Maybe I could do it over here.
Yeah. Mr. Kip's got two things going there at the same time.
Okay, I'm on it.
Yeah, I'm saying usually if you mute one of them, that sometimes works if he can't do it himself.
It's taking Jordan more time to get here, I guess. He had slushy roads this morning.
You did.
Jordan said he did. On his way in. I don't know. Didn't know we got snow over that way.
Beautiful roads all the way down yesterday.
We're still slushing.
I bet. We just have mud.
We go on to anybody else and wait to get Joe back, or is there anybody else on? All those other names are on?
Everybody, that is it for staff that was gonna report in and board members that are on. Otherwise, Mr. Tidwell is on. He'll probably come on board when it's his time to give his report. Mr. Chair, and then Callie is on, and Ms. Martinell there, I'm sure is waiting for the grant awards
Okay,
is interested in.
okay. Should we go on
I
then?
think we could go on.
Okay. Approval of the November 20th, 25 minutes. Everybody got a chance to read them? Just if everybody's read them or anything to add or change, need a motion to approve the minutes.
Did you get a chance to look at them?
I move we accept the minutes.
I'll second it.
Okay, I need a second to accept the minutes. The 2025, November 20th, 25 meeting. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Budgets and claims status update.
Mr. Chair, Brian Simonson again, your Deputy Executive Officer. I'm gonna give the claims, I'm sorry, I'm gonna give the budget status report, and then I'll turn it over to Leslie for the claims section.
Tab 2. No, tab.
We're on tab 1, the yellow, for everybody who has a report. Mr. Kip wouldn't have did he get an electronic
So-
copy?
He did, it did not include the budget status because it wasn't done when I first sent it out, so I can send that. I'll make a note to send that to him.
There isn't a whole lot to report on this. It's everything, with Leslie coming on halfway through the year. So I'll just kind of go down and just try to give a narrative here for the public and then those of us that are here can follow along. I'm in column C at the top there, row 4. You can see that so far on total personnel, we've spent 21,000, which is 19% of the budget for the year, and we're 53% of the way through the payroll. So we have a lot of. You can see in column E, we're 48,000 less than we were this time last year. So you know, a good chunk of the money or authority for personnel is left over there. Dropping down to row 12 or row 13, total operations, we spent $7,469, which is 17% of the budget, with 50% of the budget elapsed. So still a real healthy number there, a couple thousand more than this time last year. So a little bit more in supplies and a little bit more in some travel there. So we're doing a little bit more operations than we were this time last year. Claims and benefits, row 14 and 15. This is what we're paying out to for claims. So you can see we've paid out $245,555 to date fiscal year. That's, if you look on column E, that's 97,000 more than we did last year. Now in this row, you can see in column B that there's only authorized $150,000 for claims. So what we've done as a budget for this department is we've said we're going to spend all the money that we have left over, or our best estimation of the money that we're not spending in personnel and operations. We're going to spend it on claims first. So we're going to try to make this budget zero at the end of the year, this top portion of the budget, because the bottom portion of the budget below that dotted line is there's that 300,000 in row 30. We want to, keep as much of that money as possible set aside, because that's the only money that's going to roll over to the next year. And right now we haven't touched those dollars. So overall, and you can see there, we have sent wildlife services 90, row 25, that total contract operations, we sent wildlife services $95,000 this year. We've paid $216,000 for grants so far this year, and then we haven't touched anything in benefits and claims. So really the budget quite healthy, with the expectation that we'll spend all of the operational side of the budget on what's remaining on claims. And we'll, at the end of the year, we can move expenses around to make sure that we get that general fund dollars down to zero. So that's our goal. Okay.
Now, I promise to keep questions to a minimum with the hope that we can leave early. The 300,000, that is state statute,
It is.
and our grant money is state statute.
It is.
Okay.
Right. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Leslie Doley. I have my same report that you guys have kind of gotten used to seeing here. The first page is the big statewide map. Are you scrolling or are you?
See, yeah.
Thank you. All right, so the statewide map, again, I've reiterated this before, but these are depredations that happened during the calendar year 2025, for which we have paid claims. So these numbers continue to grow as I get more claims in for losses that happened in 2025. But this is where we're at. This is what we've paid out for 2025 losses so far. On the next page, it's broken out by species, so you can kind of see what the distribution is by the different predator species.
No, that's not gonna work.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's airing out. Yeah, it goes. Again, this is by the date that the livestock were killed, not the date that they were paid out on those claims. The next page, this is this cumulative graph. Again, this is based on the date of depredation. So those 2025 numbers continue to grow. They've bumped up a little bit since the last meeting. To date, I have not paid out any claims for losses that happened in 2026. We haven't had any claims come in for calendar year 2026 yet. And then on the next page with these tables, this is all when we actually paid out claims. These are all January claims that went out the door. So all of these were for losses that happened in 2025. But these are the numbers for what we've paid out so far this calendar year in January.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so these are December kills or November kills,
They
and
can
they're
be
just fine
anywhere
with them.
from January. I know none of them are 2024, though there could have been 2024 losses in there, but there aren't. But it's anywhere from, okay, anywhere in 2025, yeah.
What's that? They didn't use the public.
Okay, anybody else questions? Okay,
Mr. Chair, we don't need any motion for budget and claims reports.
okay. Okay, in the agenda. Get it here. Is Dalen with us?
Okay, yes, he's coming off mute.
Okay,
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good, you got me there. Okay, good. Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's good to be with you. My name is Dalen Tidwell. I'm the state director for the USDA Wildlife Services program here in Montana. Just quick, maybe some updates. I obviously work pretty closely with Leslie in getting communication back and forth with the investigative reports, and so a lot of the data that that she's working with there is a lot as well as what I'm going to share here too. We do overlap a little bit with the calendar year versus our federal fiscal year, so that's always a math conundrum with folks trying to keep score and keep records. But what I will do is just kind of for your information and just kind of keep you into the loop of since our federal fiscal year starting October 1st, this would be federal fiscal year 26. Year to date, I can just give you a quick update of our investigative reports. For black bear, a total of 5, and 1 calf, 1 goat, 1 sheep. No, excuse me. Boy, I'm better get glasses. 1 calf, 2 goats, 2 sheep for black bear. Grizzly bear, a total of 11 investigative reports, 6 for calves and 5 for adult cattle. Mountain lion, totals for 9 and 1 alpaca, 2 goats, I'm guessing 1 goat kid with that, a lamb, 1 lamb, and then the 5 sheep. And then wolf total is 10, namely 4 calves, 2 cattle, 2 guard dogs, 2 lambs, and 3 sheep. So that kind of wraps up our species of investigative reports. Fairly slow. Obviously, the weather has been kind of unique in adjusting kind of some of the behavioral patterns we assume on a lot of where the livestock is versus where the depredations are occurring. But other than that, I don't have the crystal ball to know, where we are as far as projections. But this weather will make probably a unique blip in our overall years of tracking. So that's kind of it for the IRs on a program level. And again, I appreciate you letting me zoom in today. I would love to be there to visit with everybody, but my travel days are kind of limited now. I'm still covering for our budget analyst, and as you know, is retired, and we've been not able to hire that position. And to her credit, it was not just one position. She was doing about 3, maybe even 4 different job duties, and so my days are full. So I'm glad I was able to at least get into a discussion with you here today. But I'm trying to think. Otherwise, everything is on for your purposes. I mean, there's so much other things we could talk about, but for the specifics of the investigations and the way things are working, we've got a new IR form. You probably maybe have noticed that I rebuilt the format for that this starting October 1st. A little cleaner, more check mark type boxes to be able to get all the detailed information out. To and but we still have a way to write down the uniqueness of each individual claim and such as well. So that's working well. We had maybe just a little bumps to train everybody on the new form, but everything seems to go well. Trying to think of anything else. Again, working great with Leslie. It's being able to communicate in the immediate needs of questions back and forth on particular IRs and things that she's been able to identify and then of course we can communicate the details. So uh, I think overall we're in good shape and headed for the future. So I'll leave it at that. Open to any questions.
Have you had any bear reports? Yeah.
Not since the late fall. Yeah.
I've heard there's some bears out running around already.
Wouldn't surprise me with the temperatures and such. Yes.
Anybody else got a question for Dalen? Thank you.
Yes, you're very welcome.
Okay, anybody else got any comments on that or anything? Okay. We'll go into old business, the administrative rule, public participation. I assume that's Lindsay.
Well, I give a quick update on it, I guess.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I spoke with Lindsay Simon prior to the meeting. There is no change on that, so no update since the last meeting on that public participation rule.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess,
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry.
and just to put a little finer point on that, I think, across the street, they're working on sort of model public participation rules that would apply to everyone, which is why there's less pressure on us having to do something specifically for Livestock Loss Board. Just is that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think at the last meeting I updated you on, I had heard from the Lieutenant Governor that they have a project to try to do kind of an enterprise-wide consistent public participation rules, and we were advised to kind of put a halt on any individual ones we were working on since they've got a larger project in the work. So I haven't heard any update on that, so I assume that we are good to remain in a holding pattern until we hear from them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And then we're going to what was the next? No, the timeliness of claim submissions.
All right, Mr. Chair, at the last meeting, the request was for us to draft some language based on some of the content of what was discussed. And so, Brian and Lindsay and I kind of all worked together to get some language put together. Lindsay was kind enough to put it into an official format for us. And so there's 3 sort of topics that we cover. The first one, we gave you 2 different options. You can discuss those as you choose. The first one that has 2 different options has to do with having a deadline for how long you can wait before you turn in a claim reimbursement form. Right, that was where we talked about people being over a year past when they've lost an animal and they're finally sending in their paperwork. So just trying to decide how best to put some limits on that, right? The one approach that actually was voted on by the board in 2023, so it's been a while, was to just do 6 months past when they get their investigation from Wildlife Services. So that's one option. The other option is to just pick a date and say everything has to be in for the previous calendar year. There's just 2 totally different approaches, and there's, potentially advantages or disadvantages to either of those. So those are couple options, you might decide to do something completely different. The second item is just a card laid is a card played kind of concept where you don't get to, I'm sorry, that's the third one. We switched the order. So if a producer wants to disagree with what they've gotten for reimbursement, then they have the ability to do an appeal. That's in statute. This just puts a limit of 60 days for how long that they have to go ahead and file for that appeal. And then the third one, sorry, is that we can't go back and forth and adjust those claims without going through that appeal process.
Okay, anybody have thoughts on this? I mean, is this something that requires a motion? Got to act on this today?
You could take them individually, Mr. Chair, 1, 2, 3, 3 motions, or you could take them as a group together. But you need to pick, you know, first thing I think you need to do is pick which one you want to go forward if you wanted any of these to go forward.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, just to kind of refresh your memory on the process here, what we do for all of the boards that are attached to the Department of Livestock is we have the board review our proposed rules first and make a motion to approve us to go forward with it. So what that means is going forward, then my first step is to send it to the governor's office and they review it. And if they give us the green light, then we start the formal rulemaking process. And so there's some timelines. We have a statutory restriction where we can't adopt any new rules past, I think it's October 1st, the year before legislative session starts. So if you want to do it this calendar year, it would need to be finalized by October 1st, because we aren't able to do it after that until the session starts.
The other part of the process that I would add to what Lindsay said is that, so rulemaking, just to reiterate, so it goes out through the Secretary of State's office, it's put in the register. It's offered out for public comment. There's also provisions for which if anyone wanted to request a public hearing on that rule, there's thresholds for that. So the other thing, the commitments of the board, just to be aware of, since you don't have as much experience with rulemaking as probably other things, is that if there were significant public comment, or people were requiring a hearing, if someone tried to ask for a public hearing, those things, we would come back here and say, okay, this is now the public comment. This is what we've received from the public. How do you wish to proceed? And you might say, after getting public comment, you're going to withdraw the rule or change the rule or whatever you might need to do. But we do have that extra step at the end. Now, I know with Board of Livestock, it's very typical for us to put rules out and get no public comment or only get public comment that is favorable to the rule. And so in those cases, we just kind of go ahead and move forward. But there is another step here. If we put our toe in a trap, so to speak, there's another mechanism where it would come back here and say, okay, what do you want to do now that we've heard from the public on this topic? Or, you know, what modifications you want to make? Do you want to change course? So it's not completely done once it goes through that process. I guess the proper language is we would typically bring it back here for what the term would be final adoption, which is the form, like it's now adopted and it's in the administrative register for the state of Montana moving forward.
Okay. So you basically just want a recommendation, what we think we should move forward with, and nice.
Yeah, what do you want to take out to the public to get their comments?
And again, since a motion to move it forward, we'll put it into formal rulemaking where we have a public comment opportunity. You're not required here today to take public comment on this matter, but you're certainly welcome to if anyone that is on the Zoom call wants to weigh in before you do your motion or discussion.
Okay. What's everybody's thoughts here?
Rena moves that we adopt the February 1 deadline.
Okay. For a second?
I'll second it.
Excuse me. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We adopt the February 1 option. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Joe, did you got all that?
I did. I just don't really think we need to change it, so I'm just gonna abstain from that.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess the motion carried anyway, so. Okay,
Mr. Chair, may I ask
Yep.
for clarification? So it sounds like the board is approved to move forward with that subsection 1, the
Yeah.
first option, but 2 and 3, it sounds like are still undecided, so if anyone. you
Oh,
would
I
promote-
thought we were gonna vote on
Okay.
each three, so I only,
That's totally fine. I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
we
okay,
covered them all.
okay,
are we going to vote on number 2 and 3?
that's both, I mean, what's gonna be make it more streamlined or whatever? I don't know
I
how to
would
say.
say if there's any board member that wants to move forward with rulemaking of 2 and 3, you could state your motion in that way as well, or do them separately if
This discussion.
it really depends on who wants to make the motion and what they want to put forward.
Okay,
Number 3 still allows somebody to come to this board and say, I want my numbers adjusted if they do not agree with Leslie, or, okay,
mhm. The way it reads anyway.
Yeah, to give context, one of the reasons this has come up is because there's been a past practice of people would make a claim, they would get paid for the claim, and then later in the year, they would contract their calves. And the contract was higher than what they were valued at the time they got their claim. And they would want to get the difference. And the past practice had been to pay that difference. So there is, if we were going to continue to do that, there has to be some process or mechanism to do that. So what this number 3 is asserting is that once a claim is paid, it's final. If you want to dispute that, you can come back to the board and go through the appeal process and make your case as to why, hey, there's a market difference here in these calves that I lost back in the spring. I contracted them for $500 a head more than I did in the spring, and I would have just held my claim or whatever they might make, but they have to come and make that case. And the board would have to deal with those on a case-by-case basis. Because one of the things I would say that we learned as Brian and I got involved, that we were uncomfortable with, that practice had happened in the past where someone would come back and say, well, now I actually have a contract and the price is different. I want the difference. And it's like, well, no, you got paid what the market value was the day that you got a confirmed kill. Or when you put your claim in. And we can't control what happens to the market 3 months down the road, 4 months down the road. And we don't want to, there may be times where that's plausible, but there needs to be a better process than we just do it because someone asked. And so that number 3 is saying, all claims are final, and if you do have a dispute, you have to come back to this board, make your case, and then the board makes a decision about whether there's going to be an augment to that claim or not.
I appreciate that, because when you contract your calves and then the price is higher, you can't go back and say, well, now the price is higher, I want to recontract, and that's, yeah. And, we in the livestock industry understand that, and that's kind of wanting to butter both sides of the bread here, and I don't want to do that. If you want to talk country.
and when you ship your calves, there are always cutbacks, even if,
Exactly.
because you have too much weight for the truck.
Yeah.
And when you go into a livestock auction, you cannot tell the owner, I want the same price I just contracted. You get the price for the day.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
if I could,
Yeah.
I think I want to add just another layer here to a certain degree, because I don't think we've been necessarily in the past been following what the statute actually says we do. And the statute is pretty clear that we pay the market price
Yes.
And if it's a registered animal, we pay double the market price. It always talks about the market price. It doesn't talk about the contract price.
Exactly.
And so one of the reasons we're bringing this in rule is because if we're gonna change our practice and do what we're supposed to be doing, we need justification for doing that. And one of the justifications is, okay, now it's in rule. We're now gonna go back and refer back to the statute and say, but this also provides the producer a means to come to the board and say, hey, now wait a second, this is really what I lost, board. This is what here's my appeal process. And that's in statute also, but having some rules codifies how we're actually doing things instead of kind of what we were doing before. We're operating in a gray area, and now we're trying to get out of that area. So I just wanted to add that.
And that kind of refers back a little bit also to number 2, which is that if a producer doesn't agree with the assessment that's been made, they have a time right then to appeal that to the board. If staff looks at it and says, this is how we're gonna judge it, but they know there's some other special market or sale that should have been considered. So I go back to the process Brian and I went through last session, when bison were added as a prey species, to the Livestock Loss Board. And one of the things we struggle with is where are we gonna find, well, we didn't learn that USDA Ag Marketing Service puts out a market for bison just like they do other species. And we're like, okay, well, at least we got something to tie to. But you could have a scenario where someone says, well, that USDA market is not accurate. Here in the Northwest, it's this, and you should have based it on this sale. Well, there's still an outlet for someone to do that. It's by appealing that to the board and saying, this should have been taken into consideration by the adjusters when they were making that decision. So 2 speaks to that. I have a problem with the price you're gonna pay me right now. 3 is dealing with that past practice of, well, the market value is this in the spring, but that actually contracted them for more. So now I want you to make up the difference. I want you to go to the actual contract price that I got in the fall. And so there's people are not shut out. They still have a right to appeal that, whether it's prepayment or after payment. But it doesn't, like Brian says, it doesn't put us in a position of, well, we're gonna do it because it had been done previously. And that's one of the things, and that's why I use that term past practice. That governs us a lot. When you've got a law and maybe it's vague, because laws can be that way. Ever how you've done it in the past is how you should continue to do it in the future. And we had some concerns with doing it that way, which is why these rule changes were brought for you.
This number 1, I mean, they still have 6 months to turn in a claim. If they're worried about the market going up, maybe they don't need to turn their claim in right away. If they think the market's going up, they can just wait it. They still have 6 months. And so.
I think the board voted for the first option, which is
Yeah.
potentially a lot longer than 6 months if they lose a calf in
Yeah.
the spring, right?
So it's not like.
Yeah, they might have 9 months.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, that's just the way it is with anything. I mean, you turn in a claim, you take the price that it is then. That's
That
my
is how
thought.
it's done. A calf is killed in February. You go to February 6 weight. It's a February, right? Okay.
I mean, nobody's gonna come to us if the price drops and say,
No.
hey, you gave me too much. I'm gonna give you some back.
That's a good call, yeah.
No, it's gotta work both ways. So, okay, well, what's everybody's?
I move we accept, items 2 and 3 as written.
I'll second it.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to accept numbers. I guess items 2 and 3. Motion. Is there a all in favor?
Mr. Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
could I get a point of clarification?
Yep.
You get a motion, you get a second. Do we have discussion and public comment?
technically.
Yes.
Before the vote?
Yeah, you should have discussion and.
Okay, I didn't ask for any.
Items of significant interest, you should probably have that.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I'm like trying to just make sure we're doing it. It
Okay,
seems like we
yeah.
rushed the first vote.
Okay, any, that was my.
Maybe we had the discussion before the motion.
We
We
did.
kinda did.
But, okay, is there any more discussion?
Could you restate the motion, please?
On tab, well, we don't have that.
He might have.
I do
this
have
one.
the form in front of me, so
He's
2
looking
and
at it
3.
right now.
I moved that we accepted 2 and 3 as written.
Okay,
Okay, anybody else? Okay,
Let's,
go ahead.
I just was gonna say, if you're gonna, I think somebody can help me out here, cause I'm new at this myself, but I think we're asking for public comment on some of these things like this as we go.
Yeah, but Lindsay pointed out that because it's rulemaking, it's exempt from that, but like.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
legally required,
I
but
apologize.
there's nothing to stop the
There-
board
if you
from
want to.
soliciting public comment now if you want.
I just noticed we had a bunch of stakeholders.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, for example, later when you're talking about legislation and things, you may wanna stop and take public comment on each decision point, just to make sure you get that.
Okay.
captured.
Okay. So are we all done with comment? Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. motion
Joe
carried.
voted aye.
Okay, motion carried.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
The Eagle survey.
The eagle depredation, that was kind of interesting. So, do
It should be in, just scroll down.
you have a
Is it in there?
survey?
I do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. I was asked to put out a survey about eagle depredation. So I put something together rather quickly. I made some phone calls to Wyoming because they've done pretty extensive research on eagle issues. They've done some of the falconer relocation, they've done quite a bit more work with eagles in Wyoming. Spoke with Wildlife Services and he was really helpful in sort of identifying what the risk factors are for some of those issues. And in talking with him, it sounded like one of the bigger risk factors was just sort of the operation type. So if you're measuring your pastures in sections and not acres, you're probably gonna have more issues than the guys that are running on the smaller pastures, because they have your animals are more concentrated. Whatever you have to deter predators, whether it's guard dogs or fencing or whatever, is gonna be more effective because those animals are more concentrated, right? It's relatively logical. But they do have significant issues. There are some statistics, I don't know. They're not great statistics for Wyoming, but they do have some. And he said a lot of it is the same producers year after year having, 200-300 lambs killed. Just because of the location of the eagles and the fact that the behavior has kind of become commonplace on those operations. So based on what he told me, I put together a little survey. It was like 7 questions long. What county are you in? What type of livestock do you run? What size of pastures are you utilizing for either lambing or calving or whatever during the springtime? And then what size of pastures are you using in the summer? And then are you having issues? And if so, what do they look like? And that was kind of an open comment. So this first document, and I did just print this off because I just pulled the results together yesterday. I got 35 responses, so not a ton, but it was a fairly short time period. That survey is still open, so folks can still go and respond to it if they want. 20 of the 35 said that they are having issues, and this could be either from ravens or eagles. I kind of opened it up to both and let them comment on what types of issues they're having. And so you can read through some of those comments in there just to see what types of issues that they're having and types of losses.
What kind of livestock do you raise? What would that have been?
On livestock species,
2 of 8.
I could probably go back and find
Oh,
the
just-
specific answers.
Just off the top of your head. Alpacas?
I didn't, it was something, yeah,
Chickens?
it might have been, what, is there a chickens? No, because there's chickens listed on here. I'm trying to see which one says other.
Two of a. Question two.
Oh, those would have been the chickens and ducks. Yeah, sorry, the species are listed out on that first
I'm
page.
sorry, I missed it.
It has all the individual responses broken out, so.
It's interesting about the sandhill crane.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting comment. Never heard that one before.
Sandhill cranes killed?
Pick the eyes out of them.
I think that, oh, okay.
Calf or something.
Well, I know they eat frogs and stuff.
Yeah.
It's down, but just a couple up in the bottom.
It was in Madison County.
Oh, okay.
So would this include, vultures too or not?
I did not include vultures. I just
I
did
just thought of
Raven,
that, really now.
sure.
But would they be included if we did decide to, I mean, or would we have to? Are they protected, are vultures protected?
I'm not sure. I know ravens are protected differently than eagles, but they are under the, I think it's like the federal migratory bird.
Yeah, maybe vultures.
I don't know what the status is. I think there's multiple different species of vultures in
Yeah.
Montana as well, so.
Yeah.
I don't know if we still have Dalen on, he might.
I know Dalen could probably
Yeah.
help us out here, but I think he probably had to.
We got a little information on the vultures.
Okay.
So, from my experience on the National Committee for Wildlife Service, the black vulture is the one that does a lot of damage down south. And I know we don't have black vultures too much in Glacier County. We got the red face or whatever you call it, the turkey vulture. I do think the black vulture may be down south, like around Billings and stuff, though. They're the bigger groups. So, and I do know they are federally protected, but there is more leeway in controlling them than eagles.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go off Google AI here for a second, so, but I think it scoured the internet. All vulture species in the United States, including turkey and black vultures, are strictly protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918. It is illegal to kill, capture, or possess them, or to harm their nests and eggs without a federal permit. So while protected, vultures who cause damage to property or livestock, individuals can obtain a migratory bird depredation permit to manage them. That's your recourse. You'd have to get a federal permit to deal with them. And harassment, hazing, scaring away are not legal actions without a permit. So there's a pretty fair amount of protections for both turkey and black vulture species. There's a reason we carry computers around in our pockets.
Yeah.
So if we did move forward with this, I mean, that way, they would be included in this. Yes, I don't know. We want to include.
Yeah, I think you're having a conversation later today about what you want to do in that respect.
Yeah. This is just information then right now. Okay. Okay. I'm surprised you got this many. Replies back, I thought, so this.
The word suspect bothers me,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we paid for an annual, and that's the only way to pay for this, so it can stay open for.
Mr. Chair, correct. It's a Survey Monkey. I did it's a 1-year subscription, so we have it till the end of, till next. I think I paid for it in December, probably. So we have it till the end of the year. So if we want to utilize it in any other way or keep this open or whatever you want to do with it, it's available to use.
Okay.
So,
maybe it's in here, but Mr. Chair, if I may ask a question. Did you get any information from Wildlife Services about anything that they already have on confirmed and probable with various bird species? Have they been able to, in other investigations, did they have stats?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Honeycutt, in Montana, there was very limited data. And of course, I did obviously talk to Dalen. He was my first call trying to gather information. But there weren't a lot in Montana. Wyoming has quite a few, but if I'm a producer and I know that there's eagles killing my livestock and then there's nothing I can do about it, I'm probably not gonna make a phone call to Wildlife Services. So, I mean, there's that caveat there that potentially we wouldn't have a lot of information if there's no benefit to getting that investigation done. So, let's see, is it FSA has their LIT program associated with all different sorts of losses. Is that the right acronym?
Yeah.
Thank you. And when I talked to them, it was right at the end of the shutdown and they were really limited staff. They were gonna pull some numbers for me and I never did hear back from them. I could certainly try to get back what information they have, but again, it's a lesser percentage of the market value of those animals with some other caveats in there about, your herd mortality rates and other things. So I don't think there's a great utilization of that service in Montana.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Questions, comments?
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
So first of all, I want to thank you, Leslie, for getting all this information and going through the steps to give us the information we need to make a decision. And I guess, so to the rest of the board, if we decide that this is a big enough problem, we would like the state legislation to vote on it. What is the timeline with that, Mike? When do we need to have that recommendation over to the state?
So we have that on your agenda for new business later day as one of the things that has come to the table for the board to discuss whether they want to do something or not. This information probably is the background for being able to make that decision. Legislative, so we're getting a little ahead of ourselves and we'll repeat it again for new people that come on the meeting, but we have to submit legislative requests to the governor's office or the Office of Budget and Program Planning, which is in the governor's office by May 6th. So, any items that this board wants to move forward through that process, we have to submit those concepts, not the written bill language, but just the concept of what you want to do by May 6th. And then as far as other timing, if you get approval from the Office of Budget and Program Planning on those legislative concepts, then the next step is to take it to our oversight committee of the legislature, which is the Economic Affairs Interim Committee. And what we do there is we present those concepts to the committee. We're not asking them to say yes or no. They're not passing it. They're just giving us a green light for pre-introduction. And what pre-introduction means is that gives us priority in the drafting process so we can get ahead of all the rigmarole that's going to happen when the legislature shows back up in December and starts filling up and putting all their bill drafts in. So that allows you to get your bill drafting and those things out of the way before the legislature comes back. We have to find a sponsor for that. That would be our responsibility to find somebody to sponsor that bill for us and to introduce it and move it forward. But that's how it happens. But the first deadline on the calendar is May 6th. So any concepts we have to have by that time. And so hopefully we may come out of today's meeting with some, or if there's a need to come back and meet again before May 6th, we probably will know that by the time we get done today.
And so if nothing's done, then we gotta wait another 2 years, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless, legislators on their own can do whatever they want to.
Yeah.
But as far as the board pushing it through the official executive process, you would have to wait. But it doesn't mean that it won't come up in the legislature if it's an idea people are talking about. Just like last year, the idea of black bears and bison didn't come from this board. That came from citizens who went to legislators and put those bills forward.
Okay, well, I guess, yeah, anybody else? We can move on and we'll discuss it under new business unless somebody else has something to say.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I would propose, just as far as the agenda is concerned, I propose maybe a change to the agenda so that we could handle the grant applications, review and awards after lunch.
Okay.
I would suggest maybe we take a short break and people start eating some of that goodies over there because Donna's gonna be upset if nobody eats anything. And then we've already broached the subject of legislative items, so let's just maybe tackle a couple of those and then we'll break for lunch for a half an hour at noon. We got cold cuts for everybody. And then we can do the grants at 12:30, because I know there's some people that want to either be online or be here for that and, to represent themselves. Mr. Chair.
Sure. So which items would anybody care to discuss before we break under new business? Pick a couple of them, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, let's do adding donkeys and alpacas.
Okay,
Have you read your emails?
yeah,
Okay,
even though I read it.
okay. I move we add all species covered that are currently the current have per capita fees assessed be covered by the livestock loss program. That probably wasn't the way to word it. Please help me out. You're much more
So
articulate
do
than you.
what other species would there be that aren't covered now that you're adding on?
Bees, chickens. Turns out, LLB, do we pay for llamas?
We do.
Okay, I can't remember that one.
Llamas and alpacas.
We pay, Livestock Loss Board pays for llamas currently. We don't pay for
Oh, sorry.
alpacas. I think that's the question.
Sorry, I
That's
thought it was a per
question.
capita question.
Okay, I'm saying, okay, alpacas are a different story. And it wouldn't matter because they don't pay per capita.
Oh.
And you have to pay per capita before you get
Exactly,
Well,
yeah.
paid for the
Alpacas
damage.
do pay per capita.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
'Cause- okay, well, it wasn't on the list, so.
Nope, that's fine. They're covered by a species or,
The statute, so it's 1524-921. Livestock means cattle, sheep, swine, poultry, honeybees, goats, horses, mules, asses, llamas, alpacas, domestic bison, ostriches, rheas, emus, and domestic ungulates. That's the list in statute.
very good.
If,
For per capita fee.
Or per capita fee, not the only definition.
Livestock is actually defined very many different ways and very many different sections of code, but for the paying a per capita fee, that's how livestock is.
because we pay per capita fee, or people pay for per capita fee on that list, it is a little tough to say, we're only gonna cover part of the list. They pay in, they should have the same rights and privileges as cows and horses and. So what are we offering? Bees,
These are the only thing that.
bees and donkey.
Poultry,
Yeah.
would be a big one.
What about our ostriches? Are they already?
I just
They
don't
don't-
think we have enough ostrich
I
left
was
in
gonna
the
say.
state to
Well,
worry about.
Ratites, is that what that class of animals is called?
Yeah,
Yes,
Or whatever.
Emus.
Emus and ostriches.
the alternative livestock are elk and deer, which there are fewer of all the time also.
Just Ray in that statute.
She said.
Yeah, raise that, so that's peacocks, things of that nature.
Well, okay, do you wanna,
You could go, I second
I
it
think
for
we
the
need a-
sake of discussion,
yeah, let's,
just to be,
Yeah, I second Raina's motion of adopting,
say for the sake of discussion.
For the sake of discussion.
You're not on the line for, actually agreeing with me.
I think the only thing that's gonna cost more money is the bees.
That's about 250.
And there'll be a lot of claims for bees if we start paying for bees. Or is it hives or the bees?
No, it's just the hive.
The
it
value
is-
of the hive itself and the bees in it?
No, you don't pay for the box because we only pay for dead things, not destroyed things.
Okay,
Is there anything like a lot of the hives in our area come from Washington and obviously their livestock are in Montana at the time of, is there anything there that legally we could be getting claims from, a business in Washington for?
So I'll answer George's question because we talked about it before the meeting started
Mhm.
today. So, a little bit is that, so when you're talking about the alfalfa leafcutter bees that are coming in for pollination, those are not per capita. It's only
Okay.
honeybees, that have to pay per capita. So you don't have to pay per capita on, those bees that are just being brought in as pollinators and I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, is those leafcutter bees.
Yeah, exactly. I think
Yeah.
that is their purpose. I couldn't
Yeah.
actually tell you.
So those guys from Montana who take their bees out of state, do they come in and say, well, our bees were only in the state for 2 months of the year, we shouldn't have to pay? Do they only, well, let's just say 20% of the capita, is that, which isn't much, but I'm just asking. Okay, do the out-of-state bees pay any per capita?
We have not done any analysis on what bees are paying.
I can speak to legally what you're supposed to do. If you bring your livestock to reside in the state of Montana for any period of time, you are supposed to report that to the Department of Revenue and you are subject to it. It's actually, one of the issues we have on the corners of the state, Carter County is, I went and spoke with their herder board now probably about a year and a half ago. And that was one of the things that was challenging them is that people from South Dakota come in and graze in Carter County for part of the year. And one, they're not paying per capita fee. And because they're not paying per capita fee, a little bit outside of the Livestock Loss Board's bailiwick, they're also not on the list for the county predator petitions for cattle and sheep. And so they were asking for more enforcement of that statute of, and of course I told them I need a little help from them on how to catch them because we're not out there in Carter County every day knowing who's coming in and out. But you are subject when you bring livestock into the state. Typically, we think about that, you're coming in for seasonal grazing, but bees would fall in the same category. If they're coming in for part of the year, they are still supposed to report themselves to Department of Revenue and pay taxes. Now, whether they do that or not is a different question, and whether we can catch them doing that's a different question, but that's what the law is supposed to require. So the answer to that would be yes, they're supposed to. They're supposed to pay, with the exception of the leafcutter bees, because as of 2017, I think that's the session where that changed. They're no longer considered livestock and they no longer pay per capita. They were carved out.
so most of these guys, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say most of them, like we got a bee facility there, they take their bees to California every winter. And then bring them back, they're probably gonna start. I don't know what they do when their season is down there, when they pollinate the almond groves or whatever they do down there, but I would think they'd be bringing them back here, they come back. They're here more than 2 months.
I just made that number up.
Yeah, no, I know those bees, cause they put bees on us, they got a couple different sites where they put, and I know, and they're here for more than 3 months, or 2 months, I mean. But like you say, how do you differentiate? I mean, are there that many bee producers that bring bees up here for honey production from out of state?
Well, there has to be a way to track it because they've got to pay it to the state of Montana, so there'd be information if they paid it or not, and
But
if
how
they
many of them
didn't.
pay it though?
But if they don't, then there's no information, so therefore they don't get it.
Yeah.
Cause they've got to have it in their records if they paid it or not.
Yeah,
Cause when we pay it,
We
they
have
know that we pay
data
it.
from last year. We don't have, we're in the current payment process for per capita fee right now. But we would have last year's number on how many hives were
I've got it
reported.
right here.
You do,
Yeah.
go for it.
Well, so just for an example, the top 26 producers, they all have over 100 hives. It's about 47,000 hives, and there's only 3 that don't have a Montana address. Just for Altogether, there are 152 producers. They average about 318 hives per producer. 48,000 total hives. But there's a lot of them that only have one hive.
How many?
44 of them only have one hive.
And by your statutes with the Livestock Loss Board, if this were successfully passed through the legislature and someone tried to make a claim, their per capita fee compliance would be checked, because that's what is required in the Livestock Loss Board statutes. And so if they didn't pay per capita, they would have to start paying per capita if they want to get a claim.
Does anybody have any idea what the claims, I think if the loss board started paying for this, there's gonna be tons of claims on these.
Did you get any information?
any idea?
Wildlife Services will probably know.
I had one claim from I'm trying to remember what we started with. I think it was their fiscal year 25. So it went back to October 1st of 2024, right? There was one claim for 56 hives.
I can't do math in my head. They went in, a grizzly bear went in or something and killed
I
or
think it was a
wiped out
black bear.
56 hives in one night.
Well, there's not a lot of information. It's just a number in a spreadsheet. So if there's the number 56 is
It's
tied to
pretty
that.
easy for a bear to destroy 56 hives overnight.
Yeah.
But these guys are getting really, like these hives they put on us, they have 10 hot wires around those. They're hot, and they hardly ever have any bear trouble anymore since they started doing that. In fact, they took their hives out last fall, and I don't know, we had a cow, and they leave the hot wires up all year round, and so we had a cow get in there somehow, and she was too afraid to come out, because every time she was in there for 2 or 3 days before somebody noticed her that she hadn't come out yet. But those are hot. I think most of these big producers are getting way better at protecting their hives, but it wouldn't take long for a bear to get in and destroy every hive in the yard, especially if they get in there and then they can't get out, then they kind of start going.
Anyway, it's
For sure.
14,000. 46 times 250 is 14,000.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kippen's got his hand raised.
Okay.
Thank you for acknowledging that. So and Doreen, you might be able to refresh my memory, but I'm going to say 6-7 years ago, when we were having our meeting down in Augusta, some producers came through and were asking for us at that time to protect the hives, or cover the hives, and that we, as a board, then we decided that there weren't a lot of people protecting their hives with hot wires, and that if we did move forward, that would have to be a requirement, because it's not, you got a baby calf out in the field, he's moving around, he's never in the same place, but a hive smells sweet and is there 24/7. And once they find it and find out it's not protected by hot wires, they're going to hit it. It has no ability to evade predation. So that's kind of what the board decided years ago before. And so I'm all for covering hives, but I've also still believe that they need to be covered. And I know that they can have mechanical issues. You could have a wire knock loose or it starts grounding out, then you don't have any protection for your hives. So I think at that time we decided if we went forward, they'd have to be protected, and also have to show us how they're maintaining and ensuring that hot wire is in place, like maybe weekly inspections or something. And I know a lot of bee producers will go set their hives out, and they know when to set them there, and they know when to come back and check them, or put more platforms up, or whatever you call it. But they're not there on a weekly basis. So that's kind of what I remember, Doreen, when we had that meeting in Augusta years ago.
I remember it too, and we passed it, that we wanted them protected, so that was a while ago, but. Yeah,
Mhm.
you made my memory click in there.
So that would already be
It's
in the minutes somewhere. then.
It's in the minutes.
Already be. No,
No, because you actually have to change the statutes for that to occur.
Yep.
Oh,
And
Yep, I
if
think
you
we
were gonna
approached
put
the. Mhm.
conditions, that would have to be there too. That'd be probably different statutes if you were gonna put conditions on what production practices people had to do. You probably have to do that through statute as well.
Mhm.
The other scenario is poultry. So, there is a lot of backyard smallholder poultry in Montana. A lot of open range, range-free type concepts, particularly around ducks and some other things that fall under the poultry category. I do know, and this is my anecdotal, that through the years, I've had many conversations with about FWP about whether or not we consider those non-commercial backyard or smallholder flocks as livestock. My answer has been yes, and largely the reason that's been a concern with FWP is because black bears, particularly in the Flathead, the Sealy Swan, some of those areas where you have a lot of people, maybe they're not truly free range, they're like in rolling, you've seen the rolling cages type production. Yeah, but those tend to get, when black bears find those, they tend to hit those pretty hard too in certain areas of the state. So you've never had to worry about compensating, although chickens, it take a lot of chickens to add up to a lot of money. Yeah.
For a lane.
Yeah, so you would, that would be something you've never had to deal with, but I do know that type of depredation occurs pretty regularly, particularly with black bears. Black bears tends to be the biggest, culprit there.
Mr. Chair, I was just gonna put Dalen or Craig on the hot seat because I see Craig is on the call and I
Oh,
thought
good.
maybe he was on there because he had some chickens or honeybee experience to share.
He's on there for my request.
Oh, I'm sorry, then maybe not, but
It doesn't
You
mean
can
he
still
can't
ask him.
speak to it.
Mr. Glazier, any chance you got? I don't think he's coming on.
Yep,
Oh, there you
no,
go.
I'm here. I was looking for the audio button.
Thank you, sir.
You bet, you bet. Um, there's there's a lot of nuances, right? So it's a bigger question. What specifically would you like me to address?
Lived in the bees.
Well, yeah. Craig, I'd say if you could share any knowledge through wildlife services, call outs, investigations, what kind of volume are we looking at in terms of bee damage, poultry damage, these species that are not currently, covered by Livestock Loss Board? Because I think the board's kind of wanting to struggle a little bit with what are they biting off if they were to successfully get the legislature to add these species, what kind of impact might that have? And right now, because those reports don't come to the Livestock Loss Board, it's kind of hard to gauge, but you guys deal with everything, so to speak, so you might have some knowledge of how prevalent those types of incidents are.
Okay, so there's a couple things addressing bees specifically. Beehives are relatively easy to protect with electric fence just due to their nature. The damage is real cyclical. It depends on the mass production. It seems like it also depends on new producers. So here a couple of years ago, we had a new producer show up on the front and had severe damages to his hives because he was using electric fence, but they weren't hot enough. They weren't erected correctly. Uh, Between us, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we helped build some fences for him. He had crews of workers out there doing it. They were trying to do the right thing. So those damages were significant. We're talking $50,000 to $100,000 kind of stuff. I know last year there was some bee damage that were estimated by black bears in that $60,000 range. So there is that. The other thing too is there's other statutes with bees specifically, which would muddy the waters on investigations. Beekeepers can, under state statute, protect their beehives and shoot or trap black bears on their own. They don't even need to call wildlife services for that. So there's going to be that piece too. The other side, sitting back remembering long ago when I sat back in the governor's advisory board in developing the Livestock Loss Board when it was specifically for wolves only. There was big discussions amongst the group about requiring livestock owners to protect their livestock or prove that they're protecting their livestock. And it was ultimately decided that that was not a good direction to go. So requiring protection of beehives begs the question of why don't we require protection of cattle, of flaggery or electric fence or whatever that protection may be. So those are just a couple things that jump out at me. The chicken thing's even more complicated because with wildlife services and so many backyard chickens, how many of those chickens are not paying per capita, for one, which is required for compensation. The other part too is we've negotiated with fish, wildlife, and parks that in the majority of the areas, wildlife services doesn't even respond to those. Fish, wildlife, and parks does. And most of that is just preventative work. We do respond to, but most of it is to go help the chicken owner electrify their coop or give them information so they can do that. So that would be even bigger. Does that help?
Yes. Oh, back to the $100,000 in damage. Was that a hive and a box or just a hive?
Oh, that's everything. So some of the biggest damage that comes isn't necessarily, and this is in the monetary sense, isn't necessarily to the honey itself or the box itself. It's actually to the larva. That's what those bears are really after. Even though it destroys the honey production in the box, it's actually the larva. So that's kind of everything.
Because I know also these honey producers by us, they also raise queen bees to sell to other producers. So then that's gonna be, that'll probably put another value on those too.
Oh, absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Unless anybody else has anything to ask, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
And since we're talking about a legislative concept, this would also be one of those areas where I would feel there's significant public interest to open up for the public to make comments. And I know you got Callie, I believe, is out there, and maybe Chris might even want to weigh in on this, although I think here for later stuff, but may want to weigh in now. And stock growers had come into the back of the room here. Ellie is back there. So before you would take a vote, you might want to give them an opportunity to see if they want to say a few things.
I mean, this is all kind of.
Or any other members of the public out there that are on that I haven't seen.
This is kind of open up a whole new can of worms, basically, but this time with the bee thing. So. Go ahead. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Do these?
Is Jordan okay with that? He made a second, so you have to ask him if he's okay with that too.
I'm fine with that, yeah. A lot of information just came out.
You know, a lot of these,
Amazing.
a
Wow.
lot of these Hutterite colonies on the High Line, or maybe all over, they're going to these chicken off, free range chicken or whatever I know
They're all inside buildings though.
they are.
They were required to
Okay.
have a opening because of the, I don't know,
So they,
because of some people.
so they
And
can go out. but
they
they're
can
all-
go out, but they laugh every time we go. Those chickens never go out there.
Okay, I was wondering.
Yeah.
Do they pay per capita?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they
Yes,
do.
they do.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we have, so as far as, it's not a lot in terms of revenue because it's
7 cents.
7 cents per chicken.
okay.
But we do have on the books close to 2 million poultry now. That's paying per capita. And in large part, that's 90% of that is the Hutterite colonies and they're laying flocks for Montana egg products in Great Falls.
Okay,
Yeah, their barns are massive. I mean,
yeah,
we've got quite a few colonies. Yeah, they're huge.
yeah.
One of the things I'd say that, Mr. Glazier brought forward, Mr. Chair, that I think is always good to think about in these conversations is some of that original intent. That when the program started, wolves was a species that producers didn't have the ability to protect themselves against. Grizzly bears has certainly come into that, mountain lions over time. Because those are, even if they're not threatened or like wolves are no longer endangered, they're still very, very strictly managed species. And so, you know, as you think about this, I think one of the things that Mr. Glazier put forward that's pretty important is that, yeah, I think Mr. Kent made a good point about they can't evade predation. So that's one thing that puts them more at risk. There's also probably a lot more latitude that they have and how they can deal with their problems, and how they can protect because they are stationary. So they do have methods to protect themselves from predation, if they choose to do those correctly. So I do think I'm glad he brought that forward for consideration from the very beginning conversations of the Livestock Loss Board to consider. But you still have on the list, I think, one of the issues that Ms. Doley has is that she's having to explain to people why she will pay for a mule or a horse, but won't pay for a donkey, and why she will pay for a llama, but won't pay for an alpaca. Those are still
Oh, it
issues.
still is, but I just wanted to, okay, we just keep adding species. They're paying per capita on them. Let's just.
Mr. Chair, and I'll even take the credit for laying donkeys and alpacas on the list because of that point that he's making exactly. The reason, of course, I didn't go as far as you've gone, and I appreciate the conversation immensely, because we do need to keep bees and chickens and everything that's paying all livestock in Montana in the conversation. But there, as Craig said, there's just a lot of different things in play when it comes to bees and chickens. And there would be a fiscal note probably assigned to that. Donkeys and alpacas is not gonna, I mean, you can count on one hand, you know, in 5 years, how many donkeys and alpaca claims you get, but to say no to it is kind of a tough deal. And we have said no, you know, a few times in the last, since 5-6 years, so. I would still say that there is a legitimate reason to maybe entertain that notion of adding.
Well, would we like to add donkeys and alpacas? Well, and mules, whatever,
Mules are already on
they're
there.
on there. And save the bee conversation for a little later. I mean, we could spend all day on bees.
There were quite a few other species under the per capita, like the peacock and the emu and we gotta leave those off too, I assume.
Peacock, I think, are more under chickens because they can fly.
Rays. That's how they're classified per capita. They're a ray, RHEA. That's what they show up as in the statute.
So are they assessed ostrich per capita or chicken per capita?
They have their own.
Oh, they have their own vocabulary. Okay.
Are
They're
there
considered
even,
their own species.
are there even any ostriches in the state? I mean, other than in zoos or?
There's gotta be some somewhere.
Yeah, I think the number is less than 50.
There are, 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 5 producers that reported on a total of 8 ratites in 2025 in my most recent update, so.
And we,
You know,
and the reason I didn't include them was because we have not had any, like,
Claim.
there's no public demand for that we can see.
If we do peacocks, then we're opening up to chickens after the discussion we just had with,
the part that
about
bothers
bees.
me is the bee, you know, the bee people don't protect. They should be required to protect them, but then they said, you know, livestock people should be considered the same. You know, they should be required to protect their livestock too, you know. I mean, we're gonna get into that too, I think.
If I'm right, that's how it's done in Washington. If the article I read this morning, you don't get any compensation until you've shown you're protecting your livestock. Range raggers, flagging, whatever. And if that is, the article wasn't, you know, I don't know what, we'll blame it on AI generated, but
I think you're right. In some other states, their programs require a lot more proof from the livestock owner that they've done everything they could to prevent predation before they can get compensated for predation. I'm not sure. California is in its infancy with some of the wolf problems they've had. They're sort of trying to figure out how they deal with and compensate producers who are dealing with those issues. Colorado recently had to step up their game with the reintroduction of wolves there, but all states are dealing with it differently. But in some of those states, there definitely is more of a burden on the producer to prove that they've tried to mitigate conflict before they can get compensated for the conflict.
So is there,
And I'll just break it down. I think what the spirit of this is, to add to what Brian's saying, is that I think it's tough for those who own a donkey to see a difference between a horse and a mule and a donkey.
Exactly.
Or a difference between a llama and alpaca. They're, you know, practically the same animal, but you pay for one, but you don't pay for the other.
Well, in particular, if you have a herd of, I mean, it'd probably be a small herd of sheep, but you're running guard donkeys, you know, and you have something come in and kill some of your sheep and your guard donkey, and you get paid for the sheep, not the donkey. I mean, that's the argument that I've heard, probably more so than just the species, is if they're being used as a guard animal. But I mean, you encounter every scenario in reimbursement, so you could go both ways with it.
so is there a chance, like, say, if we moved ahead to do donkeys and, you know, everything but, for right now, and everything but the bees, can somebody sue us later saying, hey, well, you pay for you were paying per capita, you know, but you didn't include us? Do they have a,
Lindsay may, but I would just say from a policy standpoint, no, because she's only allowed to do what is prescribed by Montana code.
okay,
And so you can't sue if that's the law. If the law is to not pay for it, then that is the legal thing to do, is to not pay for it.
okay.
no, that's fine.
Their answer would be, you need to go to the legislature and advocate your point and
Yeah.
get whatever you want added to the law.
Yeah.
Yeah,
With the caveat that anyone can sue for any reason.
Well, yeah.
That'll be successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lawyer told me that too. Anybody can sue
Anyone
anybody.
can sue.
No.
so, well, can beekeepers now, since they're not, can they apply for grants for, you know, like fencing and things like that
As
then?
far as I know, bees are not covered by the statute.
Okay.
I think Wildlife Services provides money
They do.
for
They
those
talked about
fences.
help.
And we support them. and-
Okay, okay. Well, maybe this is,
No, I already withdrew my.
I know, but
motion,
do we
so-
want to add those other animals along as we're?
I don't want this to be the Raina show. Someone else needs to.
Somebody.
I would motion that we just add donkeys and alpacas and leave out the other species that we mentioned in the first motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We added donkeys, alpacas, mules.
Already
No,
on.
Already on.
Already on. Okay, anybody listening in got a comment or anybody here? Any more comments?
Well,
I
I
got
just
one
have.
more comment, sir.
Okay.
Do I have the floor?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you again for acknowledging me to make a comment on this. And I just want to share with the board and everybody else. So I keep hearing the terminology per capita tax. We pay, if they pay per capita tax, are they eligible? And I want to back up a little bit and point out to the board that tribal members operating on their own reservations are disallowed from paying state per capita tax or county petition tax. Now that is not I'll back up a little further. So Craig, you could probably remember the day when we were trying to get funding for our wildlife service agent's position up here before it was created, and also pay for some flying. So a bunch of us got together and said, well, we're the Blackfeet Nation Stock Growers Association. We'll gladly pay our $2.37 a head and maybe $2 a head county or tribal petition tax. It'd be cheaper in the long run. And so we voted on it. We agreed to do it. We called down to the state livestock board and said, we want to pay our per capita tax. And they said, no, you cannot. That is against federal law for any entity to know who owns the land or who is running on the land in trust properties. So that is why the state legislation includes tribal entities for that. So it's not because something we created. Trust land issues were created long, long ago by other than ourselves. And that's why when you look at Montana cadastral, it'll say Blackfeet Indian Reservation land, but it won't tell you who the owner is. The general public is not supposed to know who owns the land or who's running on the land. So that's my 2 cents worth. Any questions, comments?
Thank you.
I got a question, I guess. It's kind of not really related, but when people run cattle on the reservation up there, like,
Mm-hmm.
do they pay per capita? They pay anything up there to the tribe?
No, we actually tried to get that on. You mean like summer cattle?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we tried to do that last every 10 years we have a tribal cycle. It's called our grazing association, or what do we call that? Yeah, just our grazing ordinance. We updated. We tried to add a $7 fee per year for all non-resident cattle that can come up, but that was not it was not passed by tribal resolution. So we tried.
We got a neighbor that goes up there every summer, so I was just kind of curious as how that worked.
Yep. And the way that Wildlife Service kind of tells me how it works, that if we'll say he's from Toole County, he pays his per capita and petition tax down there, then he's also eligible for services up here. And, USDA is a federal entity. When they're going to go on an investigation, they can't really say, well, are you paying your per capita tax? They have to go out there as civil servants, and no matter who it is or where the cattle come from.
We don't have a petition in our county anyway, so they wouldn't be paying anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they still, when the cattle are up there and something happened, the wildlife services will still come and investigate.
Yes, they do. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Glazier has his hand up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Glazier.
Yeah, so Joe brings up a really, really good point. And part of the investigation by Wildlife Services and the compensation by the board, and I'm sure the board knows this, but just a reminder that early on when this was first started, tribal members were not eligible for compensation unless the tribe had an approved management plan that was approved by the Board of Livestock. And so we had to, if it was on tribal land, the producer was not eligible for compensation. But if it was on, I guess it's fee title land, is that correct, Joe?
Yep.
Private land inside the reservation, then the producer was eligible for compensation until those agreements or those approved plans were submitted to the Livestock Loss Board. So that's how it can be paid now.
And just to clarify, Mr. Glazer, just because it's not an approval by the Board of Livestock, it's actually, they have to prove that they have a management plan with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks for wildlife management.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, that's the marker that has to be checked, is that if which all the tribal entities in the state of Montana do, to my knowledge, has a management plan with Fish, Wildlife and Parks about how wildlife is managed collectively.
Okay. Anybody else?
From the public.
Yeah, anybody from the public, sorry. Okay, I guess we have a motion on the table. Do we need to restate the motion or just?
Probably.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Although I guess I'll just call for a vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Okay, so since that's the first one you dealt with, just because you asked that, or Mr. Kemp asked that question earlier, so this is time to remind that. So what you have approved is moving this forward as a concept that will go to the Office of Budget and Program Planning by that May 6th deadline. We'll write up this concept and get that turned into them, along with any other that you do today, but that's what just happened.
Yeah.
Also say that for members of the public, that we just didn't change a rule or anything, that this is a concept that's eventually, hopefully, going to make its way to the legislature in the next year.
I'll visit with Butch a lot.
Okay. These other items, I think Leslie wanted to make sure we broke at noon so we could get into the grant application right at 12:30. So I don't know, I think we might get bogged down in some of these other items.
It took 30 minutes on that one.
Yeah,
I think maybe we should break for lunch now.
you were, whatever you want to do.
I think these other items under new business might take a little bit of discussion too, so
Yeah.
maybe we better just break for lunch now.
Yeah.
You want to break for an hour? So 12:30?
Probably. I don't know. I mean, we could come back at 12:15.
I mean, if we've got Chris on,
If you start with.
and so if we start with Chris at noon, then, right, at least we wouldn't be skipping anybody or taking
Okay,
anyone off guard.
I could kill a little time with the question. If we buy a four-wheeler, or we approve the grant for the four-wheeler, I can't remember your name, I'm sorry. Okay, I know it starts with an L, and it's not,
Leslie.
it is not Leslie. It is, okay. If we approve to pay for a four-wheeler as a range rider, or as part of the range riding program, are we now, if someone asks us to buy a horse for the range, to be used for range riding, are we now obligated to buy a horse?
So my understanding, I did a little research of this. I
think the question I put to you might have been slightly different, but
similar enough. I reached out to the Department of Commerce administers a lot of grants, and the Department of Administration has done some ARPA grants too. So I asked, I said, do any of you guys know of anything that would like create a precedent where we'd be obligated? And they said no, they don't think so.
Okay.
That like grants are pretty discretionary as long as you're allowed like to pay for that service, which that would be for Leslie to decide based on the, what was it, accepted practices or something, the criteria for what what can
Right,
be,
so
yeah.
in the statute or in our grant application, it specifically says that the preventative practices associated with a grant need to be acceptable practices per the Livestock Loss Board, which is essentially, it's your discretion to determine whether or not it's an acceptable preventative practice, right? So that's my understanding of the way it's written.
And I'm not intimately familiar with grant administration. I haven't run into it, but like my general thought is that, you know, every grant cycle is different depending on how many applicants you have and what they're asking for and the amount of money that you have. So you're never gonna be legally required, like you're not, like if you give it one year, it's not like you have to give it the next year, short of a contract that says something to that effect,
Okay.
because everything's different every year, like who you have, like asking for things and something like
And
that.
there's
So,
constantly new research and
yeah,
new things coming out as well. I mean, it's a constantly changing process for sure, so.
Okay.
yeah. And I am unaware of any legal authority that someone could use to come to the board and say, well, you gave this person money for this, so you have to give me money for this. I'm unaware of a legal claim that they would be able to assert that would be successful. But
Okay.
as we said, anyone can sue.
Okay, so when did you think would you like to get back, come back, reconvene?
I would like to start grants at 12:30. Unless there's somebody on who wants to let us start a little earlier, we could sure do that.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah,
Well, we could set a date for the next award cycle.
Cause yeah, we'll probably need one.
we could do that right now.
Okay, let's deal with as much stuff before noon as we can.
Okay.
Sure.
So right now we have roughly $130,000 in applications. I have at least 3 people already applying again for the next round. So there's definitely interest. In terms of timelines, obviously most of these projects are spring and summer projects, so the sooner we could get it done, the better. As long as there's adequate time to get people information about the application and get it turned around. We also have a potential deadline May for legislative items.
May 6th.
So,
yeah,
if we wanted to try and, meet again in April or,
Is there time enough to get the application, put a deadline?
I can have that turned around in about a day.
Oh,
As
okay.
far as I'm gonna update the date on the application. Right, we don't have significant changes to make. We're not going through the application again unless the board would like to. But assuming everything can kind of stay relatively the same, we just need a date and I can get the rest pushed out relatively quickly. It'd be nice to give them at least 30 days to get their application in after we've sent out a notice, right? I would say for timelines. I could do sometime in early April.
Would sometime in the last week of April be enough time if we had something to beat that May 6th deadline, if we met that last week of April sometime?
I would think so, yeah.
Can I, Mr. Chair? Yeah, just to pop, if this afternoon we go through here and we can decide that conceptually we don't like these or we do like these, then really our next deadline is probably for language. Because wouldn't we have to meet again for language in June?
Yeah, we probably would, because it's not required, but we'll see, every legislative year is different. But the last time we went through this process, the interim committees really wanted to see draft language.
Yeah.
And even though it's not required, only concepts are required, but part of that's because the legislature had a feeling that the executive branch might be overloading the legislature a little bit, or the legislative drafters with the concepts. And we actually flew through because we had written drafts, and we were prepared to do that. Not every other agency was prepared to do that. But I think it would be wise as we prepare for that economic affairs meeting, which probably be sometime in the late summer, August, in that range, that the more complete our homework can be, the better they receive it.
Instead of trying to rush through it.
Yeah, because
that
then they
makes
actually see what language you're changing in the statute, because they feel much more, even though it's not their job, they're not passing it, but they feel more comfortable about it if they've actually seen the written language.
Makes sense.
So I guess given that information, I'm saying, I think you could meet in late May. And you would have the ability to maybe to at least take a vote on, this is what we want to put forward statutorily for the legislative sessions. I don't know, like, so I'm just trying to give you a broader calendar for when you can do grants, because it does seem like it's the end of February, you know.
Almost.
Yeah, so I mean,
Almost.
how much room do you want, Leslie?
It doesn't take long to go through the grants. The process is already done. That was the hard part.
No, I mean, as far as
But
opening.
as far as getting people time to apply for it,
Yeah.
I mean, we had a hard time getting the word out, so that's the part that we've really fallen down on. Once people know about it, I don't think it takes, I think 30 days to fill out the application is probably adequate, don't?
I think the longer we leave it
Especially with open, people doing road, or they've applied in the past.
Right. If
I
it's a
think, I
recurring.
think the longer we leave that period open, we're gonna hopefully give more people the opportunity. I mean, we did pretty good last year, I thought. We put at wool growers, we put grant applications on tables, and we did a lot of things, and I think now, I think there's gonna be a copy of the application in the wool grower, the magazine coming out too.
There is some information on that.
That's gonna be coming out here pretty quick too, so that's getting out. I don't know. I think that might be a better idea to wait till May. I mean, it's not like we're trying to keep people from applying.
You could meet, you don't have to do it unless there's gonna be new ideas for legislation, there's no need to meet before May 6th.
Okay.
If you wanted to give people more time, you could meet in May. That may also get us past, shearing time a little further too. I don't know what you guys' schedule is on that, but I know,
Most of the sharing would probably be done by then.
yeah.
It should be. Anybody that would.
I know that's why I try to avoid meetings early April, like with the board of livestock, because whoever our sheep person is usually
Yeah,
busy.
he's already sheared actually.
Oh, yeah?
I was out there the other day.
Okay, well, then he's ahead of the game. Well, you may have just blew his excuse. for-
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Well, okay, if that's the case. Anybody got any ideas then? For our next,
So you're thinking mid to late May, that's the.
I think so. I think so.
We also have to meet with the Board of Livestock. There, you guys are ahead of them, on legislative concepts. We are gonna have a meeting with them at the end of April, but, I mean, we've got you guys to, so we should be, usually, but even if you wanted to meet, we're doing two. Donna will kill me if she's listening, Donna Wilhelm, but if we're pulling off 2 board meetings this week. We can
Yeah,
do it
let's
again.
not do that again. I didn't realize the board was meeting in late April. Never mind.
Okay. Well, anybody got preference?
Well, we don't have a date set, but that's when I need them. So we'll see.
Anybody got any preferences for May?
I start kidding on the 20th, so I'd love it to be the week before.
Yeah, sounds good.
That's
That sounds good to me too.
Okay,
fine.
so the 12th is a Tuesday. Does anybody have a
I don't plan that far ahead. So
Come
that's
over
fine
here.
with
Yeah, I
me.
know what you mean.
Tuesday, May 12th?
We just wing it usually. We don't know what we're doing until the day before anyway.
That's why I thought, well, let's at least get a date on the books, and then if we have to change it, we can, but at least we have something.
Yeah,
to
May
start
12th
with.
sounds good.
Okay,
Tuesday, May 12th.
I don't see a score sheet.
It's in here.
I will, it should be under tab.
There's one in there.
packet right here.
Oh, sorry.
I kept them separate so you wouldn't have to do as much flipping.
Appreciate it.
As far as the deadline for grants, now knowing kind of what it takes to go through those, I would like to let that be closer to when we actually meet. So do you guys have a preference for that, or is it okay if I pick something that I think is gonna work for me and just put it on the application?
I'd say leave it up to you. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, so good with everyone, okay. Perfect.
Well, this is nice to get a few things done.
Well, at least you're getting ahead on the afternoon.
Yeah.
So did you say you wanted to do one of the grants before lunch? There was somebody waiting or not?
Well, I think at this point, well, I guess I don't know how long they take to go through. We're quarter till now, we could probably
Let's
just
just
go
break.
ahead.
Yeah, and just to honor people wanting to show up at a specific time.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
showing up and their grants the next one and they just got home, so.
Yeah, that's good
Okay,
enough.
we'll just break till 12:30. Is that okay for everybody?
It's only 15 minutes up and different, so.
Okay. Yeah. Need to hit my gavel.
Yes.
Okay, we'll adjourn till 12:30.
Recording, you can begin.
Okay, we'll reconvene. We will start with one of the grants, Leslie.
Pipestone, so they're in alphabetical order by either ranch name or last name, so Pipestone is about the third to the last one. Brian, do you see her on,
Is it Kara?
Yeah, but
nope, it should be. It's Diane, let
No.
me text her.
Some more calves when I start dropping.
Like some grading for the.
Not fun to try and put things on a timetable when we got babies coming.
yeah, there's no, everybody is showing who's on there.
I'll just text her, we'll see.
Could we have, the phone number ending in 679 identify themselves?
This is Diane Fitzgerald.
There you go.
There you
That's what we're
go.
looking for.
Thank you, Diane.
I just got her.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chair, you guys should all have, the actual applications are gonna be in your book, and then I kept the scoring sheets separate, so you wouldn't have to do quite as much flipping, hopefully. So you'll have a packet, in your packet, you'll have the application for Pipestone, and then in the separate packet of paper, you'll have the scoring sheet for Pipestone. I'll read it to you as well. And Brian, I don't know what your process was when you went through these before. Do you want me to go through anything or what's the?
I think I just gave a synopsis of the scoring sheet if there was any anomalies and
Okay.
then a little, kind of a short history of maybe what they've done before, if they had a history.
Okay. All right, so
You're-
Pipestone, oh, go ahead.
You're cutting in and out. I can't hear you very well. Hello?
Yeah,
You may just need to turn it up on your end. We hear you really well.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
all
Okay,
right, so the
someone
way that,
say something.
I'll start talking, Diane. You can tell me, you can interrupt me if you can't hear very well.
Oh, okay. I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. So the way that I went through these, the way that I set up this scoring sheet is I just went through the requirements on the application. And the requirements are like a pass fail, right? They have to meet all of
Leslie?
these requirements, yeah.
Can we let Mr. Kip, he's got a question, he's got his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Could we get the scoring sheet up on the computer where I can see it, please? Because I don't have my packet. You didn't bring it to me yesterday, Leslie.
Dang it, I meant to head that way and I just got so
I
sidetracked.
don't think I have the scoring sheet.
I can send you where it is really quick, hold on.
Okay,
Um,
can you drop it in that
yes.
on-screen display doc?
Scores, here it is. On screen. There it is. Did it refresh?
Oh, that's probably me. There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
So yeah, the top portion is the pass-fail portion. These are the things that are required by the grant application. I thought that was the simplest way to go through and ensure that they've met all the requirements. And then at the bottom, there's it's basically the same process that you used in the past where you're scoring them based on the types of predators that they have and their history of depredation. Those are the two criteria where you have a scale where you can rate them. So for Pipestone, they've applied before, and in fact, before they applied as Pipestone, they applied under a different name as well. So if that name's not super familiar, the corporation or the LLC wasn't in being. I think it's only been in being for like about 2 years now. And so for this application, they're going to be using it for range riding. They have 1 permanent employee and 2 kind of rotating employees. And they've done it in the past. This application was missing a section, so I worked with Diane. Again, she's kind of chaotic right now because she's calving. So she gave me the comments over the phone and I put them on here. That's what the red is there. That was for comments that she had forgotten to fill in that section. And then the other sort of, I guess, anomaly for this one is the grant match amount. So on the second page of the application, the page number is page 8 at the bottom. That's where they break out the grant match information. And as you can see, her cash contribution, there's a comment there about workers' comp insurance, but there's not an amount. And so the grant match amount as it stands with nothing in that cash source is 26%. So it does not meet the 30% requirement. So Diane, I think, was going to explain a little bit about what that cash contribution looks like. Diane, did you catch all of that?
Yeah, I did. And it's 1 employee out of 3, so I'm guessing about $1,000 for the work comp insurance.
Yeah, so so that bumps the grant contribution amount to 7,000. Which would put
30.4%.
Thank you. I'm slow on my calculator here because I got too many screens going. So that does get it up over the 30%.
I move we pass their application.
For a second.
Mr. Chair, just so we're getting a little clarification, Leslie, do you have a sample of like if we're gonna pass the whole thing, just so we get the amount? We're gonna pass the full amount?
Oh, yes, my sample language. So just to help us with clarification on this, if you want to make a motion, if you can say say your name, move to award the full amount the full amount, which is such and such amount to this entity. That way we're really clear on the motions that we're making. That would just help us for the records so that we have a really clear. So say who you are, who you're approving, and the amount, whether or not it's the full amount or a lesser portion of it. I'll see if I can find that language and we can put it up.
the last time we did it, we were kind of.
I could, and she just,
We had Donna in here because she's like, it was a lot of creative writing on how did we approve the full amount? Was it part of it?
Yeah.
How much was it?
It's good to have us structured, and I know I had that, I'll just,
well, she just came in and gave us a lecture and I.
It did.
I want to make sure she knows who made the motion and, but. For which, yeah.
Thank you for being patient.
yeah, sorry about this, I've forgotten about the language and having that set up for.
So has Leslie worked any, aviation hours?
I have,
Have you? Okay, just curious.
okay, Brian, that's a Word doc, but it should pop up.
That might be difficult for me to show.
You want me to, let me PDF it.
Okay.
You know, you could say it and I'll just say so moved.
If you want to just write it.
No, I promise it won't take much longer, I'm sorry. It
Right.
should be saving in there, Brian.
Brian, you could just turn around and write it on the whiteboard.
You haven't seen my handwriting.
Oh.
You don't want me to write it up there either.
We
Mike?
have fun.
Okay, it's on.
Let's just do a little control scroll. Zoom,
Oh, I forget it's over here.
What do you want to do?
zoom it up just a little bit if anybody needs it. I like things big.
Okay, let's try.
I, Raina Blackland, move to award Pipestone Grazing Association LLC grant for the full requested amount of $17,000.
There a second?
I'll second it. Doreen Gillespie will second Raina's motion.
Thank you.
Good job, Dory. Hey, any discussion? Anybody on Zoom or present in the room? Okay. Joe, can you hear what's going on, Joe? Are you okay with everything, Joe?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the grant amount to Pipestone Grazing Association of 17,000. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now, do I still have to say something for
No, you're good.
the gal that came in?
That's got it.
Okay. Okay,
Okay.
and then are we gonna go back in order for the next ones then? Or what do you wanna do?
I don't have any other preference. If anybody else who's on Zoom or in the room is like trying to get out of here for any particular reason, then I think obviously we try to prioritize.
Prior to
Well,
rush hour, they
You're here.
definitely have to be out of here.
Unless you like sitting here listening to us, and I try to fumble through some of those things.
The first one does, so at least there's that.
We've been to our ranch,
Well, in that case, make them suffer through one. Well,
Okay.
Christina
start?
Martinell has been on.
Yeah, Chris has been on the whole time, so we can certainly go.
Okay, yeah. Which one is that, Martin? Okay.
They're in orders.
By last name, yes. sir.
And you're in the middle.
What number are they?
What I should have done is number them. And just put them up. Next time we'll do tabs on this.
It looks like this, right?
What is the number?
Out of, it's got a circled one at the bottom of the page.
Oh, okay, thank you. There we go, circle. Oops. Thank you. Okay, I got it.
I can find it. Okay. is it not loading? That document is
Too big.
absolutely huge.
Yeah, it ain't gonna work.
So if you back out in the folder that you're in with the on-screen docs, in the printed packet folder, there's each individual application. And so you could open up Martinell, it's number 9 in the
Okay.
list. I'm better on the computer than I am on the paper here. All right, so this one, if everybody's ready, this one, these guys have done this before. This is livestock guard dogs. And I mean, I don't know if I have any, there's no real anomalies. It's just, they have a lot of dogs because they have a lot of critters and a lot of wolves to try and contend with, so.
They have 3 guard dogs.
More than that.
We do have 3 guard dogs at this time.
We do have 3, I'm saying there was more, sorry.
We need a motion to approve this grant.
Doreen Gillespie makes a motion that we approve this grant, the full amount of $1,047.87.
For Bill Martin.
Yes,
There's a second.
for Bill Martinell.
Jordan Manick seconds Doreen's motion for Bill Martinell for the full amount.
Okay, is there any, been moved and seconded to approve this grant of Martinell's? Any discussions or questions from anybody watching, listening?
I would just like to say something if I could.
Sure.
We
Go ahead.
really appreciate you guys and all the work you do in this program, and we've always found all parties to be very helpful. And we feel like this does make a big difference, and our guard dogs are worth their weight in gold.
I agree. I just got a question. I mean, not to affect this. We have a bunch of guard dogs too at home. Do you go out and feed them every day? Do you put feeders out, or what do you do? How do you feed the dogs?
Feed them every day.
Okay, that's what we do too. I was just curious.
Cat Eurobrick has spike collars for their guard dogs, and they say they haven't lost any guard dogs to wolves since they started using them.
We're given some collars, and they're very heavy and cumbersome, and we found that to be hard on the dogs. And then if we do know there are wolves in the area, we might do that, but overall we don't usually do that. We have found that if there is an attack, it's more than one wolf, and the dogs can't really fend that off. Where we feel they help is just their presence in the basin to maybe keep things at bay. They're no match for a wolf if they're attacked, or multiple wolves.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve this grant. The Bill Martinell grant for $1,047.87. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Okay, motion carried. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yep,
Thank you.
You guys wanna do it over with, and get out of here? Sure. All right, so Holland, I think it's the one just before this, right? Yes. You want me to do it, right? Oh, we do it, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go back for the next. Right. All right, did everyone get to the right page here? Yeah. Okay. So Holland Ranch, this one is also guard dogs.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
I think it's guardian gods. I love that typo. I was like, what? Love it.
I assume they're very effective.
The wolves stand no chance.
Fantastic. It's what you call flying fingers right there.
Very good.
When I read right over it.
Like that, I think you did that somebody did that on purpose.
Been late,
We are now shaking in our boots. No.
late at night or something.
I think it was way early in the morning. Do this. I guess, yeah, the only, like, the explanation of successes and failures from previous years is really good on this one. She talks about how they have significantly reduced their depredation losses, with the increases in dogs. So I think that's worth noting.
What kind of dogs do you use?
We have 3 that are Anatolian crossed with Bosch Shepherd, and we have 2 that are off Bosch.
Okay.
I think we're gonna add 2
Hopefully 2 tangles, maybe 3.
next year.
Yeah.
We're still building,
Yeah,
so.
Where these dogs run, it is very.
It's we got them specifically for a Forest Service allotment where we have this.
This is our,
Management problem.
yeah, this is our 3rd year with them. And, the first 2 years was awesome, and so we're just we're really looking to expand. We're covering our ground, and then this summer, we kind of got our butts kicked. We didn't realize at the time, but we had a couple confirmed kills. I guess you guys might have paid for those,
I think
the
there were-
livestock board, but we got.
Yeah, 4, no, 5.
5.
Confirmed kills with the government trapper.
Yeah, and so then when the cows come out, we were short 15 calves and 8 cows. Now, I don't wanna say the wolves killed all of them, but they played a big part. And it started in July with the first calf, the rider seen 2 wolves. And then we got up there and we got the guard, a game camera on their way out with the government trapper. They come across 2 more dead calves. And they got a game camera on that calf. And then we seen 4 wolves on that calf. Well, then 2 weeks later, we have a dead cow. I think she was an older cow. They put a game camera on that. Now there's 6 wolves. And then we come out October 4th and like 2 days later, there was 12 wolves. So and we know the dogs, cause we got GPS collars on the dogs. I know they made it to the 1 calf and they never went back. And I know it happened the day before we got the cameras up there. And I know they got their butts kicked. I'm just happy we didn't lose a dog.
yeah, you're lucky.
And we do put spike collars on them when they go to the.
When they go to the forest, at
So they
home,
don't automatically get a kill shot. Yeah, so at home, we don't have to because we don't know. We don't, it's mainly coyotes that they deal with. So, yeah.
Hey, do we need more? We have a motion to approve.
Jordan Mannix motions to approve the Holland Ranch Company grant amount for $3,117.45.
Second.
I'll second, Raina Blackman seconds the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the Holland Ranch application, comments, questions?
I just have a comment. You said that, who looked at the calf? You said it was,
Government trapper. No, is that right?
isn't it supposed to be
Yeah.
Wildlife Services that confirms the
That's-
kill?
that's-
Isn't
That's-
it?
yeah.
Oh, okay. So you, okay.
We don't have proper.
Sorry.
That's-
I'm saying it wrong.
See, this way I've got it corrected, in the recording so that
Okay.
we
Yes.
know that, cause it is Wildlife Services, and this way, no matter what,
Okay.
now it's known.
Okay,
All right.
perfect. Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Joe raised his hand.
Okay, motion carried. Okay,
Thank you, guys.
Yes,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming.
No, thank you.
And watching us.
Take a cookie. All right, is there anyone else on that? I see.
Hold on.
Sarah Converse, Teresa Converse.
Yeah, and Kara's on,
Kara Mapplethorpe.
so. I think Kara's been on the longest. Does
Yeah.
anybody, if anybody else has anything they need to get to?
Who we're looking for,
So,
Centennial Valley.
something about that.
yeah.
Is that the rap?
Which one are we doing?
Centennial Valley. CBA, it's a, I think it's a third application.
Linda Converse, is that right?
Oh, sorry, no, should
Laura
I?
Mapplethorpe.
Yeah, Kara Mapplethorpe is the
It's a
contact.
contact. It's Centennial Valley is that.
Okay, so it's the next line, so keep working on a couple more pages. There you go.
Okay.
That should be it. All right, did everybody find their pages?
Yep.
So Centennial Valley, they have been a repeat applicant. And this is a range rider application. Sounds like they've had quite a bit of success with this. They have quite a few ranchers that are involved. So lots of cattle involved in this one. Yeah, they've gotten grants in 15 through 20 and 22 through 25, so they've been doing this for a while.
There's 5 ranches.
Yeah. Either,
Well,
there's, right.
Okay, has everybody had time to look at it? Motion to approve?
I, Raina Blackman, move to approve the Centennial Valley Association grant application for the amount of $20,000.
Second,
During Gillespie approve, Raina Blackman's motion for Centennial Value in the amount of $20,000.
okay, it's been moved and seconded. Comments, questions? Ask Cara if she wants to make any comments. Okay.
Yeah, we just super appreciate you all. Livestock Loss Board has been a great partner in our program for almost the last decade, which is really exciting. So thank you all for taking the time and being on the board.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you for that. Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Joe Sigmund's aye. Motion carried. You got a heart.
You got a heart.
Her there. First time.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Let's go to Converse next. That should be the one just before, excuse me, just after the,
This thing.
or no, it's just before in your packet and it's just, this is where I was putting stuff together too fast. It was just before your application and just after in your scoring packet. I flip flop, sorry guys. So this application technically came in a day late. They were having technical issues. They were on the phone with me the week before it was due, working on it, trying to get stuff done. They had computer and Wi-Fi issues and all sorts of things. So technically it was like 24 hours late, but, and then, we had to do some corrections, just trying to get the, amounts corrected, because the grant match or amount was not quite to that 30%. So I did all of those over the phone with her. And then she submitted the estimated costs. That's in an email. The only other clarification on that email, which is at the end of the application, is where it says GPS collar, the third item on the list. The X2, that's the ×2 GPS collar. So there's a second GPS collar there. So she had one other clarifying email, but I didn't include the whole email just for that one clarification.
And the second collar costs more than the first collar?
I don't, I'm sure she
They're
could
the
answer
same
that.
colors, but the problem is, Raina, is that with our GPS up here, they go dead fast. And I want to have one on him at all times because I don't trust everything around here.
Well, I understand that part. It's your second collar costs more than your first collar.
Yeah, because I got the first collar on Black Friday. And they're not on sale that much now.
Okay.
And had I realized when they said they last up to 5 days, yeah, no, they don't last up to 5 days. But I love having it on him. I actually can show you I don't know if this will work. Pictures of it shows you exactly where that doesn't work. It shows you exactly where he goes in the calving field. He's been running off coyotes actually already. And we know we have bears out because he was playing with one of those a few weeks ago. So we like having the extra collars just in case.
I don't think they ever went to.
So what's the name of your collar?
It is a Satellite. It's a new collar. Satellite. SATELLAI. And they're cheaper than the spot-ons. And actually, Marley Johnson is the one who sent me the information on it. And she has one, and she's like, you should try it. So it has the 2-year subscription with all that and everything. And you can draw the fences anywhere you want it to go. Like when he was a puppy, I had it so he was staying in the corral with the replacement heifers only. He didn't come up to the houses and stuff. Now he gets to wander more. But when we're done calving, I will set exactly the fence lines where he can and cannot go. And that way, if any idiots on the back road, because they like to run their dogs back there, have issues with it, he won't be able to go right smack dab next to the fence and control it and stuff like that. So it sends me notifications on my phone when he's close to the border and stuff like that. So it's a really good thing.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Been moved and seconded to approve this. Sorry, you did. Yeah. Okay. Put somebody else on?
We just need a motion, right?
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna get ahead of myself.
I, Jordan Mannix, move to, grant the full amount of $1,661.80 to the Converse Ranch.
Second,
Doreen Gillespie seconds the motion to reimburse Converse Ranch.
okay. Been moved and seconded to approve this grant. Now, is there any comments or questions? Any more comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. There you go.
All right, do we have anyone else on Zoom waiting to go?
Hold on.
If we do.
Hey, thank you so much, committee, and thank you for letting us come in via Zoom as we're scattered all over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're welcome, yeah. Hey. Who's next?
Sally's on.
Does Trina have a-
Trina doesn't have anything.
Anybody else have anything?
They're all Converses.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else.
Now you can go back to your start.
Yep, so we can go back to the beginning and start with Blackfoot. Okay. All sorts of jumping around here. All right, so Blackfoot is another repeat applicant. They've had several different projects in the past. This particular one is for fencing. To reduce issues in their calving area. With grizzlies primarily. And again, I think this one is for one particular producer.
It's the Pulper Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same one you called me in last summer about was it the Blackfoot Challenge or was that somebody else's skid steer?
That was a different one.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, do we have a motion to approve this grant?
Doreen Gillespie approved the motion to the Blackfoot Challenge Ranch for $23,600. Full funding.
Second,
I'll second. Raina seconds.
okay, Then moved and seconded to approve the Blackfoot Challenge grant. Any comments or questions? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So says aye. Okay, motion carried.
All right. We're going to
Ortman,
numbers.
they've gone to Ortman.
Yes, and, so this one is, a location that we have not yet seen. And I actually asked Craig to be on this in case we had questions, because, this application is for Wolf Point. And if you read through, after some consultation with Wildlife Services and watching some presentations about wolves, he's having wolves coming down from Canada and causing some issues. So, I just in case you had any questions or wanted some corroboration for that, since it's just a totally new area for us, I asked Craig to be on.
Is this the Holland Ranch? Is it?
Sam Orman, it's a handwritten.
What number is it?
Oh, it should be after.
It's after the Bill Martinell.
Oh, way in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Getting pretty far along.
Oh, this is page A. We're getting close.
You gotta almost go to the back of this application.
Okay.
O comes before P, if I know.
Moving on.
Have we, awarded money for something like this in the past?
Close.
No, this is.
I don't know. I haven't gone through all of the
Before
grants to see
the-
exactly what
It's
was
before.
awarded.
Yeah.
It actually takes a lot of
Right by it then.
going through
Yeah, it's
individual
right in the middle
documents
there
to tell
somewhere.
what was awarded. Because the award letter doesn't say anything about what it's for. So then you have to go through the application and try and figure. So I mean,
So it's just right
I've
ahead of
done
this
some,
one.
but I haven't read through a lot of them.
Okay.
I don't know the answer.
Anybody that's been on a while?
We
It's-
awarded McEwen
Page two.
thermal imaging to use from his airplane.
Okay.
Diane.
What is the next one?
Should be right before that one.
Repeat that,
Yeah.
Rita.
We
Oh,
awarded
yeah, I've got it.
So
Sam Orman.
Dave
That's it.
McEwen that thermal imaging for use in his airplane.
Yeah, we did award it, but I think he turned it down later.
Keep going back.
Really?
Pages. That's
I
the
think
end of
so.
his application.
I know he has.
That's the end, so he knows back anyway.
Oh,
We approved it, but if he turned it down later, I guess I didn't.
I was
know.
writing down, okay, freaking that little tiny card. Oh, yeah.
Said Craig was on if we had questions. We need to have a motion in a second before we discuss this.
I'm looking for the total grant number.
9,869 $30.
I can't remember a number more than 2 seconds. Thank you. Raina Blackman, moved to fully fund San Mortman's grant application for $9,869.30.
Okay. We have a second.
Jordan Manick, second, Raina's motion.
Okay. It's Craig. Is Craig on? Did you say Craig was gonna be on or
He
Dalen?
is, yep, he just unmuted. So we have questions about wolves in Wolf Point. He can.
Cause I think the incident that a couple of years ago when something actually happened with the dogs.
Yes, if I remember right. It's a narrative,
Yeah.
winter of 2022. 3
Yeah.
guard dogs severely injured in one night.
That's so sad.
I'm gonna recommend that we pass it. One, based on his testimony. 2, wolves and grizzlies are expanding their range. Scott just got back from a fur auction. This guy does all of his trap checks at night because he works a job. And when he comes home at night, he has to use his, I don't know if it's binoculars or scope, thermal imaging, to make sure it's safe to get in the house because of the grizzly bears. So we're obviously headed in that direction. That's my argument for approving his application.
I guess I'd like to ask Craig, how much of an incidence of wolves is there up in this neck of the woods, or has there been since this, what, 2022?
You bet, Mr. Chairman. First, Wildlife Services didn't investigate this. We weren't called. I did talk to Sam, Mr. Ortman, at the wool growers, and he explained what he found, what he saw, and based on his explanations, I mean, it definitely sounded like it very well could have been, most likely would have been wolves that got into his guard dogs. With that being said, there's been very few instances of that happening in that area that we know of. I mean, and I always preface it that for the ones that we know of, and I just say that because in that area, wolves aren't known to be established, and so if it does happen, which natural migration, all that stuff, they definitely can go through there, but people would be less likely to call us just because it's not a normal thing. The people that do call us are the ones that already have a relationship with the wildlife services there for coyotes or what have you. But as of established packs, I mean, there's not there's really not a lot of established packs up there, but that doesn't mean that wolves don't migrate through there. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. Mr.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on that, Craig, and question a little bit. You said there's not a lot of established packs. I mean, there are established packs or there aren't. And I think what you're politely trying to say is there are not any established packs in that area, but there could be satellites moving through at any time. Is that correct?
I think the correct way to say that is I do not know of any established packs.
Yes.
That doesn't mean there aren't any. And yeah, if that's right.
Okay.
And I think that goes to show too from the level of damage that we see up there. There has been others with damage in the Highline area. So, I mean, there is that.
So do you believe that the damage is done to the guard dogs or whatever it was wolves, but you're thinking it's satellite wolves?
Correct. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments?
The government trapper from around Conrad, I think his last name is Sims, SIMS, did a presentation on thermal imaging scopes, and they're very effective.
I know they are. They're expensive. Anybody else? I guess all those in favor of awarding this grant amount to Sam Ortman? Is this gonna set a precedence, what I'm trying to say, to do something like this?
We just had Lindsay's spiel on setting a precedent,
I
right?
know.
We're okay.
I mean, but I don't think it's a precedent that I would, Lindsay's not here to speak to that I'd be concerned about. I think Raina talked about that, like if you're talking about the thermal imaging piece and, being able to sight and know where the predators are in the landscape. I think that's because a lot of times that's how you know where to deploy your mitigations, right? And so I think it may not be something we've dealt with a lot, but I think it's
within the boundaries of what we're here to do.
I'm glad you asked the question because I wondered the same thing. Just trying to think of like non-lethal preventative, and wondered if like, obviously, once you have it, you're not keeping tabs on everybody, but for instance, when I was range riding, you know, like didn't even really want you to pack a pistol. It was like just bear spray because it's conflict of interest. So I just had a question myself, but I liked what Mike just said, which was might even be more effective to know where you're deploying the, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else comment? Okay,
Joe's got her hand up.
oh, sorry, Joe.
Yeah, I just like to reiterate kind of what I heard Mr. Glazer tell us was that it was probably, I'm not going to say the only incident that'll occur, but it was, it's not an established pack of wolves. So it's not something that's ongoing. And I know before we have turned people down because they were outside the predator zone. And I would probably guess, yeah, there could have been satellite wolves going through, but Wolf Point is a long ways from where there are established packs. So that's my comment.
Okay. Well, I guess hearing that, I guess we'll take a vote. All those in favor of awarding Sam Wortman the grant in the amount of $9,869.30. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Opposed.
Okay. The motion passed 3-1. We have to announce who voted. One way or the other when we do that.
I got it first, but I think you did that wrong.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Louis Cullen.
Do we do one thing?
Reevish Cullen Livestock. Two left.
Yeah. What number is that? So if you keep flipping forward, you'll pass through Pipestone.
Okay.
And then, which one is that?
It's almost to the back of the tab.
Yeah. There's
Second there.
Pipestone, yes, so the next one.
All right.
Yep. And it's a typed one.
Give me just a second, please.
Oh, there it is.
And then that.
We're doing a good job here. Thank you. Fantastic.
Oh, cool. I wish I put tabs on.
That's okay.
Because I'm doing the same thing, flipping, trying to find them.
But it just makes it more fun.
All right, is everybody ready?
Hold on,
Fine, so scrolling.
turning.
I can start talking about these guys, I think, while you're
Yeah.
getting there. So Reevish Conan, has applied in the past. And this is kind of a dual purpose one. They're doing guard dogs. Guard dog purchase, guard dog care, as well as some range riders.
This is the four-wheeler.
This is the one that has fur in it. Yes, they have extremely large pastures. It's a tremendous time and equipment wear and tear to get back and forth to where they would even start doing their range riding. And so that was the logic behind saving some wear and tear and having a dedicated machine for that purpose. And then their explanation of success rate after having implemented some of these practices is worth reading too.
I got a question, but I'll wait till we get a motion in a second. Okay, do we have a motion regarding the Rebus current Conan application.
Need a motion before you can discuss it at all, obviously.
I think so. We should have.
I, Jordan Mannix, motion that we approve the Reddish County Livestock Grant amount for $29,617.
We need a second.
Raina Blackman will second.
Right. It's been moved and seconded to approve this grant. This Conan grant. What do they do with those four-wheelers after so many years? I mean, if we give them the money to buy a four-wheeler, do they use it till it falls apart, or do they?
I don't think you want a falling apart ATV out on a
No, but what happens?
five-section pasture, so
But what
right, like
happens?
they're gonna have
What
to,
happens after 3 or 4 years?
right, we're gonna have to upgrade them.
I mean, do they trade it in? And they get all the I mean, not just theirs.
Right.
Okay.
This is a difficult one for me.
The federal government, which you could do this, I think. You could put a stipulation on it that says you give it back to us and we turn it into surplus and we sell it. And then it goes back into our coffers. Once it's reached whatever they determine is they don't have any more use for it.
Mm-hmm.
We have a surplus here in Helena. They could turn it in here and we could sell it and they could go back into our grant funds.
Yeah, I just thought about, we're giving them the money to buy it, but then what happens to it after that?
It is an option. But I'm sure it's fully depreciated.
I'm sure.
So it's worth
Well, the
nothing.
minute it's driven off the lot, it is.
Right.
So, yeah.
But
That's just a thought I had. I don't know. Cause we've had these before, haven't we? We've had requests
No.
for four-wheelers before. I thought
Never,
we did.
we have never
Not
had
that
one.
I
I
remember.
thought we had one
A
a
gas
few years
vehicle
ago.
has never, ever been presented, as far as I've been on the board.
Well, I think as far as a four-wheeler goes, we've the department's purchased a four-wheeler or the Livestock Loss Board, but it's for wildlife services used to do flagery and that kind of
Okay,
thing.
no, I thought there was a grant right after I got on, but maybe not.
I don't
Okay,
remember one.
okay. Any other comments?
This to me is quite a stretch. I guess what bothers me about having a gas vehicle is you can also go and get your mail in it. You can do all kinds of things in it, and the wear and tear could be created for, not that I'm saying anybody would do that, but I think we're stretching it a little bit here. I don't want to be, well, I want to be careful how I say it, but I think that, I'd rather see them on a horse riding rather than on a four-wheeler personally, because the horse belongs to them and, they take care of it and whatever, they take care of it for, I'm a little bit torn on this one,
And they also wanna purchase a
Lockable
a
storage shed.
storage container, I assume, to keep it in too.
$5,000 for the shed and $8,000 for the.
Yeah.
When I was range riding for the Blackfoot Challenge, I was given FWP. I had to sign up as a volunteer for Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and then I was given there might be some other options. It wasn't the fanciest ATV, I will say, but yeah, if you gave us some love, it might. I don't know if they have similar resources like that in Dillon, or I'm sure they would.
I doubt if they're lambing on federal ground or state ground though.
I don't know, I'm kind of up in the air about this one.
No, you're the tiebreaker vote.
I know.
Well, you know, I also like Brian's idea that, but it's not stipulated in here, so maybe we need to revisit this a little bit and put some stipulations. If we're gonna do a grant like this, that we then return it so that, you know, whatever value is of, because here we're buying it for them and then they can trade it in and then we get them another one. And, you know, so I don't know, it's just kind of.
Or if you said they're only using it 3 months out of the year, so we pay a percentage of the year. Or a percentage of the value, assuming it gets, you know, for years of life, or, I mean, you could assign some sort of.
That's a good
percentage
call. I
basis
like
to
that
it.
a lot.
But,
Thank you. That kind of makes me more comfortable that way.
Me
Since
too.
they want to lock it up in something, then that's a good call. I like
I
that.
feel like that would require a little more information from them to
Yeah.
get, you know. the
Should
details,
this be
but-
revisited then, that we could put a few more, or did you want to? Can we make it a motion right now that we do that to this grant, or how would we do that?
We could approve the dog food now. Or
Well, I
the
know.
cost of the dog.
Yeah, I know, understand that, but
Okay,
I
sorry.
mean, you know, without having any stipulation that once we give them this four-wheeler, that we have some regulations on it, and it isn't in this grant, so I wonder, do we need to have those stipulations before we approve this, or?
I think we should.
I've done grants before, but, I've never tried to do a grant where you give somebody something, but there's stipulations on it, so, I mean, I did it for the board of, wheat, you know, for when I was president of Montana Wife, but I've never, ever said, well, we'll give you this, but then you can only sell so much grain or so, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
So if they came back and explained, like, here's the expected use. You know, we expect to use it for non-range riding this amount of time or this percentage of time or something to that effect.
I'm totally comfortable with that, and I'm not suggesting that they wouldn't do that, but.
Right.
It should be, you know, CrossFit verified, that's kind of my thoughts.
And then the shed.
Yeah, I'm for the shed then.
Well, if they
for
don't
that.
have the bike, they don't need the shed, but.
We're right, okay, but
and
no
if we-
verification for the shed, just the machine itself.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the only other question is, what if they say they're literally only going to use it for range riding and leave it in the locked shed all the time? Then what's the,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just
right.
playing devil's advocate there.
well, there you are, but yeah.
I guess I'm of the thought of if we're buying them a four-wheeler, I don't think we should buy them a storage container to put it in. I don't know. I mean, it'll to prolong the life of the four-wheeler, but.
They're driving out there.
I think the storage unit shows that they intend to leave it on site and use it for that purpose only.
This is Sarah Converse. I have a question. If they were hauling it every day, would you pay mileage for the transportation if they put it in the grant?
Well, we've certainly paid for, we're not paid for. People who have done range riders have donated the lease of a horse trailer towards their cash amount.
Sure. I would see it as the same thing, and they won't be coming back for more funding for another four-wheeler if it's taken care of.
Well.
And what if they use the four-wheeler in other pastures too, or is it only specific to what they put in the grant?
Well, it's supposed to be just for range riders, but we all know how.
Yeah.
Using you go to town shoes, never go to the barn, right? We could ask them how many miles a day they plan on putting on it range riding.
Yeah.
I don't.
They do specifically say in the application that, it's specifically dedicated to range riding. Housed in the area. It is used for the 7 months that we range ride.
Well, here they just say summer and fall grazing. I assume they go up the mountain for summer grazing, and then that's where they have their horse range riders and herders, and then come back down to, let's say, alfalfa fields in the fall and graze those.
So this is not a suggestion, this is just like giving you options for things to think about. I did some math and taking the $13,000 for the ATV and the, building out of their total project cost of 42,310, and assuming that their 30% cost share was gonna be applied across all of those, the dog food, the guard dogs, the vet care, and the range riders, which I don't think are in dispute. You would come up with a figure, if you took the 13,000 out and then said you were gonna fund 70% of what was left, you could approve $20,517 of their request today. And without a whole lot of process, if we're going to do another grant process in May, when Leslie reaches back out to them, invite them to reapply for the additional $13,000 with more explanation specific to the ATV and the building. And if you got that money processed to them by May, that might give them a chance to still get it together for their summer grazing season, maybe, and utilize it. But that would give you a pathway forward today to approve what I presume is the 80% of what they plan to do that you have no dispute with, and then give them a opportunity to come back for the other 20% with more details and explanation.
I assume they're like the rest of us, and they run those four-wheelers till they drop.
Oh, I have no doubt they would, yeah.
I don't know, I've never looked at the odometer on ours. Let's say it's 20,000 miles. Okay, you buy a four-wheeler and you put 100 miles on a day. I'm just making up numbers. We don't expect you to come back for another 20 years for another four-wheeler.
But, I mean, I'm kind of maybe reaching out. I mean, what happens if
Can't be
it
any
gets
worse
wrecked?
than
What
these.
happens if the four-wheeler gets wrecked now?
Well, it's no different than the horse, and that's part of the reason I asked about the horse was because of this four-wheeler.
Right.
I mean, four-wheelers have safety features.
Yeah, not really.
Horses have even fewer safety features.
Well, a horse does have eyes and a brain.
Yeah.
I mean, we're out, okay, we give them the money for the four-wheeler in 2 years, it gets wrecked. And they're asking for another one in 2 years. I mean,
You're right.
Well, this is where what Mike suggested,
Yeah,
I
I
think,
know.
is the perfect solution, because then they can explain to us what they're gonna, rather than us assuming things, they can come back and tell us exactly what they're planning. And I liked what you said, because that's where I was trying to go, and
Yeah.
you summed it up for me quite
Yeah,
nicely.
cause you're
Thank
gonna,
you.
cause you've already committed that you're gonna put out and accept grant applications again in May, so that gives them an opportunity to come back in
Correct.
3 months,
Yeah.
4 months to resolve that, not even that, to resolve that.
there's still plenty of time to.
But we need to go with that to them with what deals we want cleared up on.
Leslie can do. Yeah, we can.
Leslie.
Leslie's
Do I need
listening
to
to
withdraw a
the-
motion?
Oh, you need to withdraw.
Yes, yeah, it would be.
I withdraw, Jordan Mannix withdraws his motion.
And second, whoever seconded it.
Raina.
Okay, I agree. Raina agrees.
And then to reword it, was that amount, you said 20,500?
20,517, and how, just so everybody's aware how I got to that, I took the 13,000 for the ATV in the building off the total project cost took the remainder times 70%, because they got a 30% that part, 30% cost share of that part too. And that's how I came to that number as something you could approve today within your policies.
Yes, and they don't have any in-kind services on their match, it's all cash, so that works.
Yes,
Right. So,
that's why I
yeah.
figured that would work, because they didn't itemize out their
Yeah,
exactly their cat.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So can we have a motion regarding that?
Hey, Jordan, motion that we grant them Rebish Conan Livestock in the amount of $20,517, which is only partial of what they requested. With the stipulation that we'll get back to them with some questions about the extra 9,000.
13.
Oh, yeah, you're,
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Raina will second that motion.
Okay, then moving and seconding to award Rebish Conan just a partial request of 20,517. Any discussion, question from anybody? Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Joe signals aye.
Okay, motion carried.
Ruby Valley,
Okay. I think that was a good idea to do.
Now you know what an executive officer does. That's what we do, that sort of thing.
Thank you, Mike.
All day, every day, making deals.
Yeah. That was well done.
All right, I think we're on the last one.
Ruby Valley.
Yep. Ruby Valley Conservation District. So this one is a carcass composting, carcass pickup service. This one has been in effect for several years. With the repeat applicant. The only note that's on here for me is where it got cut off in the form for whatever reason. It didn't want to wrap for them. So I just wrote out what it says there under the depredation history. Yeah, and there are several producers in this group.
Well, I believe I've said in the past on this particular grant, I think it works out to like $50 per animal picked up, and you never bury the cow deep enough that the livestock guard dog can't dig it up. That is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody else has had the opportunity, but I've actually been to this facility along with the Blackfoot Challenge facility. That's very, very well done, what they do at Ruby Valley.
It seems like they're doing a little bit more equipment this time than they've done before. Is this you know, remember if this is a bigger request than usual?
No, that was for a different grant.
Different one?
You're thinking of a different grant, yes. This is just for continuation of
What they've been doing.
what they've been doing, basically. So they want to do a little bit more fencing and cameras.
And the
Oh,
cameras.
and it's just purchasing equipment. Yeah, I think it's around I assume it's around their facility, because obviously it's an attracted.
Okay, so the cameras are seeing what they're attracting in, or,
Yeah.
because I can't believe people would be.
Or are they?
Trying to break into it.
Break in.
No,
Need
no.
more compost.
Yeah. No, it's not for people.
Well, you also, a lot of these facilities, just like Blackfoot Challenge, are also accepting roadkill from MDT. When you say that, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if people knew fresh roadkill was there. There'd be people who might want to come in and grab it out of the compost pile. That is not beyond my
Oh,
realm of
yeah.
belief that people might do,
Wow.
especially during the cold time of year.
This project is pretty well managed.
I am Southern. I do have to give that caveat when I say
This
that.
is probably one of the successes of things that people do, probably, don't you think?
These are really good programs. I mean, of all the things you can do for mitigation, removing carrion from the landscape, to remove that attractant is huge, particularly, I think so Blackfoot Challenge, I mean, we just looked at their grant earlier, Ruby Valley's in, this conservation district, this whole area is in a very, very, and not that all of you are not in that, but there's a lot of predators in this area and a lot of pressure. And if you look at like the Blackfoot Challenge, where you're on the edge of a large wildlife management area, you're on the edge of a wilderness area, you're getting those attractants off of the ranch is one of the best things you can do, so that you remove that temptation for it to become a food source, easy food source for predators. I believe a lot in these programs.
He's the guy that's the district ranger in Stanford now. He used to work, when he first started with the Forest Service, he was down in Jackson Hole. And they would take all the dead horses down there and blow them up with dynamite. That's how they got rid of their dead horses. There was pieces all over the place. Talk about a bear trap.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, bite-sized pieces.
That's been 30 years ago, but still, okay. Have a motion regarding this project.
I move a motion that we accept the Ruby Valley Conservation District for the amount of 24,500. Doreen Gillespie.
Second,
Raina will second.
okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve this grant for the Ruby Valley Conservation District. Any discussion, question, comments?
George made the comment several years ago, you said it's on the horizon with chronic wasting disease. You know how they take care of that, they go out and shoot everything. Someday we might be asked for composting for those deer.
No.
I don't know, it's just, he said it, I've thought a lot about it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's another positive thing in those areas with CWD, where they're taking the wildlife kills, the roadkill and other things, and being able to put them in compost piles. MDT is working on a lot with their areas that they bring in other areas of the state where they bring that. Just so I'm aware of that. There's a company that has these small incinerators that I think MDT is testing some of that out to actually try to reduce the number of prions, CWD prions, that are out in the landscape, as that's become more and more of a concern.
Okay. Okay, then nothing else. We'll all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Joe had his hand raised.
He's just signaling.
Oh, okay.
Signal, or do you want to talk?
Nope,
Nope.
signaling. aye.
All those in favor, or all those opposed, same sign.
It's like,
Motion carried.
it's like cutout,
Get you some.
cutout.
I'm tracking. Oh, there's a chat. Is there somebody?
Oh,
Did we miss somebody?
yeah, they're mad people.
Oh, yeah, you could have her.
I did miss that. Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an earlier question about the four-wheeler,
Oh,
but we've moved on from that.
yeah.
No, but it's a thought. Well,
Okay, well,
I mean,
okay.
Yeah, we missed that. She
is
put
that,
that up.
I mean, is that something that the board would consider, is if, because I think their current match is roughly $12,000.
The reason I backed it off the way I did, so I'll say that, is because they did not itemize out in their application. They just said that this is the cash amount. So I assumed of the 5 things they were asking for, it was 30% of each thing.
Right.
So, yeah, if you backed out and said that was a cash match, you would essentially be approving that. And I don't think, I didn't sense the board was ready to go with that without some more information.
Well, I mean,
To approve that that was a legitimate thing or an adequate thing that people should be applying for. That's what you're looking for, a little more information.
there's still chance.
And they'll get, like I said, I think we can give them another opportunity and maybe not even have to really redo their application a whole lot if they
Right.
answer the question, so, yeah.
Right, some explanation.
Okay. What do we got left?
Back to legislative.
Yes. Would anybody want to take a short break before we tackle everything? I'm not looking at that. They've been at it for an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll recess for 15 minutes.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay.
We'll be back here at 5 after 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we're back in the session.
We are.
So, where did we leave off?
Mr.
Eagles?
Chair. Yes,
Oh, no.
yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Is it Eagles? Is that where we gotta pick up again?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wow.
Mr. Chair, you've got 4 more legislative proposals in front of you, and the next one on the docket is to propose adding eagles to the predatory loss rolls. My notes here say eagles are another protected class of predators that are departing, that are depredating on newborn livestock across the state, and that's all I've got. So turn it over to the board.
Okay, thoughts here?
Joe, do you want to make a motion? So we can discuss it?
You're on mute, Mr. Kip.
For once, my big mouth wasn't working, huh? Okay, so this is Joe Kip. I'll make the motion that eagles be added to the list for new business for legislative items to see if they'll be added to the list of covered predators.
Okay, we have a second.
Raina Blackman will second that motion.
Did, what's her name that does the
Donna.
Did you hear that? Joe Kip made the motion?
She
got it?
I did hear that. Thanks so much.
Okay. And then Raina seconded it, okay. And moved and seconded to add eagles to the predator loss eligibility rolls. Questions, comments from anybody?
Perhaps they aren't as big a problem as wolves and mountain lions and grizzly bears, but as we found out earlier today, technically you're not supposed to harass them. We don't have as many tools to get rid or move them off the landscape, move them down the road as we do the other endangered species, the other protected species. You know, evidently when the one was sitting on my barn, I wasn't supposed to go over there and yell at
We're
him.
supposed to shoot it?
No, I did not shoot him, but I wasn't supposed to yell and whack the barn and whack the telephone pole that he flew to next with a shovel handle. Evidently, you don't like that. Just in case you want to know, mountain lions don't like it either. But evidently, I wasn't supposed to do it because that was harassing. And I'm just saying that we just don't have the tools for eagles that we have for, and Wildlife Services doesn't have the tools for eagles as we do for the other protected species.
Oh, I think there's a need for it. I mean, and like you say, there's still time to get more comments into, I think, you know, I think.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yeah.
The thing that bothers me is that there's no verification on these kills, and how do we pay for something that 20 to 30 lambs a year we suspect, 2 to 3 calves we suspect. How is this covered if we don't have the means to know what it actually is? I mean, we can't, if we start paying on suspects, we could do that with every single species, you know, and when they're saying this in Wyoming that they suspect it, that is something I'd like to see where there's actual verification. So that in itself bothers me a little bit, because a suspect is one thing. When you're proven guilty, that's another, and that in itself, yeah, that, so.
Isn't that what we're gonna kind of discuss under the multiplier? A little bit, is that what you're getting at?
No,
I think the intent was to add them to the existing protocols, which would be requiring a wildlife services investigation, and it would have to be a confirmed event.
Okay, and if they suspect it, then it's not.
They're right, the suspected, I mean, this was just to get some anecdotal
Oh,
information about whether or not the industry perceives it to be an issue. This is just sort of a little bit of background conversation about whether or not this is something that industry wants to pursue.
Right.
Obviously, we don't reimburse on suspect.
Right.
kills.
And I guess what bothers me is 20 to 30 are suspect, so that's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, when they go out and check a cow, they know one way or the other if it is or isn't. 20 to 30 is a lot. So I guess that's why that kind of, enough said.
Like she said, Wildlife Services has to have a body. And I know those eagles will just pick them up, take them off, the little ones.
Well, it's kind of the same with black bears too.
Them too.
It's probably here, it's hard to prove a black bear when you don't have a
Body,
carcass. And they drag them off too.
And then there is no payout because you have to have the remains.
But this will be something, hopefully, I mean.
Yeah, I don't mind it being on there. I just thought 20 to 30 was a lot of suspect.
Mr. Kip has it raised.
Oh, okay, Joe.
Yeah, I think I'm still unmuted. So basically, there's no incentive or reason for a producer to contact Wildlife Service today and say, "Hey, I think I got eagles doing damage," because there's nothing in it for it. Wildlife Service has no ability to come out and remove that eagle, but there is a convoluted, longer process. Has to do with the raptor people, falconist, national falconist. They're allowed to remove eagles, 5 eagles a year, from the wild, and use them for falconry animals. And they're the only ones. So basically, to get any of that help, you got to contact Wildlife Service. They have to come and say, yeah, confirm or highly probable it was an eagle. And then you get a form, I forget what the hell it is, a 309 or something. And then you got to take that to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then maybe something can happen. But right now, there's no incentive for anybody to call Wildlife Service and say, "Hey, I think I got eagle predations," because they can't do anything, and there's no compensation for it except for lip, FSA lip. So what Leslie got for us in the information was just a producer survey, trying to share their experiences to tell us if we have to tell us, the board, whether we have a big enough issue that maybe the state legislation should take a look at it. I do think that if the state was actually spending money to remove birds by whatever means, no, let me rephrase that. I do think that if the state was paying money for the livestock that was killed by birds, then we might be able to make some inroads in the future with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about what can be done with those protected wildlife. So that's about it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So, anybody else comment? Okay. Been moved and seconded to propose to add eagles to the predator loss eligibility rules. So all those in favor, by saying aye.
Oh, were you gonna take public comment? I think we had somebody want.
Oh,
public comment.
yeah, if there's some more. Oh, I'm sorry.
But
No, good.
Ellie Brighton, Montana Stock Growers. I just wanted to add in as well to this conversation. We appreciate it. I mean, there's other birds that are causing issues as well, as we saw in the survey. We've heard from other producers and national conversations. We're hearing about other species in other states, neighboring states, that there's concerns there as well. So just kind of wanted to maybe add that to the conversation in the mix as well, that maybe there's other predatory birds we need to take a look at if we're addressing this now. So that's all I wanted to add in.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Do you have suggestions?
I think we talked.
Actual names of birds?
Ravens. I don't know for sure if like black vultures are an issue here, but I know that's a big issue in other parts of the country, to us as well. I know obviously Wyoming has some different issues, so, just as birds move around and species change and things like that, it's definitely, I think, coming this way.
So maybe more of an issue of what their protected status is than what the individual species is.
Yeah, just broadening the conversation, I think, might be useful.
Okay, thank you.
And I know you got Callie out there with Wilkers. I don't know if she's where she can talk or has anything to say, but just make sure people have a chance to get public comment before you take a vote.
Okay, Callie, are you on there?
I am. I have no comment at this time. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Then Trina's got a question in the chat on, does livestock indemnity program pay producers for eagle depredation? I can't speak to the federal livestock indemnity program.
That's what I think Leslie did some research on.
I did a little bit of research, so take this with a grain of salt. But my understanding is that the LIP program will pay eagle depredation if they're confirmed kills. But in order to get a LIP payment, you have to have met your minimum average mortality rate within your herd. So that can vary depending on what species and what age group you're talking about. For example, lambs might be 5% or 10. I mean, I don't know what the mortality rates are. Once you hit that rate, then any additional deaths that you have that are due to depredation, you can get a percentage, and that percentage of the market value is based on your demographic as well as some other factors. And it's usually somewhere in the 60 to 80%, I think, range. That's the information that I gathered.
And I can confirm, I've not dealt with the LIP program in regard to predations, but I think I told this, anecdote the last time you met, that the only time I'd really interacted a lot with the LIP program was several years ago with the cold snap out east, Sydney, Glendive area. There was a lot of calf losses. And that was a major complaint, is that typically on Montana ranches, our mortality rates are pretty low. And what they set the federal mortality rate at is, that would be very abnormal. And so they had abnormal losses, but it was still below where that federal threshold was. So a lot of people they were applying to LIP, but they weren't getting payments for those calf losses. So I think that's a testament to Montana producers that we don't average a 10% calf loss every year. But evidently the rest of the country must do that.
I think unless you keep meticulous records, that's kind of like to prove.
Yeah.
But to prove you're over the app,
Yeah.
You're not gonna collect anything.
If I may give my public comment, this is Trina Bradley. I'm hesitant to add eagles and other predatory birds because it would be really difficult to confirm any of those losses because they're not going to leave anything behind. They're going to pick it up and take it. And so I don't know that people would have any claims to file with Livestock Loss Board, even if we added birds, just because of that fact.
Well, the little lambs, they can pick up and take off. The 50-pounders, they're there for you to find. Go out one morning and you've got little tufts of wool all down the back line. The lamb is bled to death because the claws made it to the lungs and whatever, and you find those.
Mr. Kip had his hand up.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah, so I'm not really so much about the lambs because I don't raise sheep. But on the calves, Trina, the ones that I've been finding, and I find about 1% of my calf crop killed by eagles each year. And a lot of them are not killed outright. I have to euthanize them. Their tongues are removed, as well as maybe an eye. And then some are, you can see where the claws go into the back. So there's been plenty left, but if I would have left them out there for 36 hours, they would have disappeared. So that's all I can say about that. I'd like to see all federally protected wildlife covered by at least sent to the legislation to let them see if they want to pay for it or not. Uh, and I think that's the only way we're ever going to have a level playing field with the federal government is if our state government is actually absorbing the cost of some of their decisions back there.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Glazier, you're still on, so you do probably have something to say on this topic, I would imagine.
No, unless there's a specific question you have for me.
Well, you could help answer this. You go out, there's one dead, there's 2 wounded. If those wounded ones are put down at a later date, you know, you've gone through all the vet stuff to try to bring them around and you eventually put them down. Does the Livestock Loss Board pay for the wounded ones that were eventually put down?
So I'm gonna help Craig out here for a second before so he doesn't have to tell you. But, Craig, I think, is very well aware, and the reason he answered Brian the way he did is that, it's probably not Greg's role to lobby policy that we should do. But if we have questions for Greg or Craig, like, does Wildlife Services ever confirm eagle kills? Do they have the ability to confirm eagle kills? But I'm just gonna speak ahead of him here and give him a little bit of an out that we should not probably be asking policy questions of Craig, because that would put him in a position as a federal employee he's not supposed to do. So I would assume the direct question might be, does Wildlife Services have the ability to confirm or at least determine with probability depredations by eagles if they were in the investigations, if they were being asked to do those investigations or already doing those investigations?
Thank you,
Does
Mr.
that make it?
Honeycutt. No, thank you very much. And the answer is absolutely. We can identify if it's an eagle kill or not if the evidence is there.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, back to my question.
We do, and we have had livestock wounded and then deceased and then paid on it just once they deceased. But Wildlife Services has gone back out and confirmed they died.
Oh,
Right,
okay,
it's
that's good
on
to
the
know.
investigation report that this calf died
Because of
so
this.
many hours later due to this attack or whatever. I mean, it'll be in the report.
Okay.
Yeah.
But most people, when you find an animal and the whole side of him's ripped open, you don't let him die naturally. You put him down
Right.
and then you're not paid for him. Cause you don't, I know a guy that lost 90 sheep in one night, but he put down about 40 of them and he wasn't paid for those, but he wasn't gonna let them lay there and suffer. So you're not paid for the ones you have to kill. It's the ones they kill. That's the way I've always known about it on the Livestock Loss Board.
I haven't run into that experience, so I don't know.
No, I've never known anybody that'll just let
I
it
just
suffer.
don't. No, I mean, as far as submitting a claim for it, I'm not experienced that.
I think most people would be aware.
I think Craig's gonna click. Well, Craig and Callie have their hands up.
Okay,
Yeah. So to address that on livestock that's injured, if they end up dying later or the producer has to put them down due to their attack injuries, they are absolutely paid for it. So people who shoot their animals and euthanize them for the humane reason, they are paid for them if they let us know.
Oh, he didn't let you know then. I'll have to.
And
tell him
it could have been. I think I know the individual in the situation that you're talking about, and
Yeah.
and so for the most part, when we confirm an animal attacked by a predator that is compensated by the Livestock Loss Board, and it is either put down or died due to those injuries, then we absolutely do. But if that animal is doesn't grow what it needs to be or whatever, or it dies 3 months later, that's usually not paid for.
okay. Valley?
Thank you. I wanted to check my notes before commenting, but wool growers would support having species listed that are protected under either state or federal management, as allowing compensation through the Livestock Loss Board. So that would include eagles. And you've also been going down the discussion path of another issue that we have talked about as well through the wool growers is compensation for animals that are injured, both livestock and guard dogs, because if you're losing the value of the animal at one point or another due to the predators, we would view that the same as a kill, a confirmed kill.
Ms. Michaels, I believe that's our last proposal on our agenda, is it not?
Under the multiplier.
Reimburse vet bills. That's all.
Yes, I was kind of lumping that in with livestock generally. I recognize that's coming up later on the agenda. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, thanks. That it? Anybody else? Okay. Do we want to just go with eagles right now? Or amend it to include the other protected birds, vultures, ravens?
I could amend my my motion to, instead of eagles, how about we just say protected raptors? And are ravens raptors? Will that cover it?
I don't think they are they?
Well, how about just protected
Predatory
avian predators?
There you go. They're having a think today, Joe.
For clarification, ravens are not classified as raptors.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would they be considered a predatory bird?
Well, they're covered under the Migratory Bird Act.
Okay,
Yeah, again, it has more to do with their protected status than their
yeah.
species, I think.
Just like we talked about vultures, they're
Yeah.
also under that Migratory Bird Act.
So Joe, you amended your motion, right? To include predatory, he's got his thumb up. Okay. Do we have to vote on the amendment? Or can we just go with what?
I think you have to vote on the amendment and
Okay.
then vote on the full.
I'll second Joe's amendment.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve Joe's amendment, which is to cover all predatory,
Protected
predatory
bird.
Migratory birds.
Okay,
It's a concept. We'll get the language.
Yeah.
Well, we can refine it once we get the concept.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Mr. Kip says aye.
Okay,
Unanimous.
okay, motion carried. Now we'll go to the motion that we were, the Eagles. Oh, yeah. Or did we already?
No, you need to do that.
Yeah, okay. So we need a motion pertaining to the Eagles.
We do?
Yeah.
No, you just need to vote on the main motion as amended.
Oh, okay, all right.
Gotta go back to FFA.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. We entertain a motion?
Nope, you already have the motion.
Oh, we did it already?
Yep, you're gonna have
No,
to
No, we need to
vote
vote.
We voted on the
Okay, we
amendment.
just need to vote then.
Now we need to vote.
on the main
On the-
motion as amended.
Okay. All right. Now we will vote on the main motion as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried.
You're gonna make my ag teacher come out here in a minute.
But I'll never criticize the job you're doing ever.
No, you're good.
You're doing fine.
Okay, we want to wildlife services funding. The next item.
Mr. Chair, I'll try to introduce this as best I can. every July, we roll over whatever is left in our claims funds from our statutory, our $300,000 statutory appropriation. And we can, transfer up to half of that amount of money that's left over to wildlife services. In years that we don't have very many claims, we've been in, and that's been the last couple of years, we've transferred nearly $100,000 each year. And that seems to be well received. Unfortunately, especially if we entertain some other notions, and I would think that predators, those have been rare years. I think we're the future and the past would tell us that the future we're going to have more claims. So we're going to enter a period again where we're not going to have very much money in that reserves to turn over to wildlife services. So what this is attempting to do is set up some amount of money that we think needs to go to wildlife services to supplement their investigations, for which when we first introduced wolf and the Livestock Loss Board in 2007, the thought was that wildlife services was doing this work anyway, and so therefore there was no fiscal note associated with it, and it didn't cost them anything. Well, that was 2007, and now it's wolves, grizzly bears, black bears, mountain lions, and maybe eagles here in the near future. And I don't know if we're going to add a multiplier at some time. The legislature authorized a multiplier, but you can imagine the amount of claims that are going to grow the more things you keep adding that get added to the list. So now, having said all that, I think Mr. Honeycutt could do a better job of explaining the current financial situation of the legislature or going into sessions, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in there and just say, and this is not meant to be a wet blanket statement in any way, shape, or form. It's in book here, that
very back page.
Yeah, the general fund situation we're being told at the cabinet level for this session is going to be tight. And several reasons for that. One, the state did have a large influx of federal money that came because of ARPA because of COVID and the economic difficulties that happened after. So the American Recovery Plan Act, COVID relief funds, a lot of things that came in, sort of put the state in a much different financial situation for several years. The other factor is we've enacted some tax reform the last few sessions. There's a desire to enact additional tax reform during the 2027 session. So we've just been asked to be very tight with general fund requests. And what we haven't really done the truth checking to is, like, even on the last proposal that you approved, we'll have to sort of figure out if we think there's a fiscal impact there that needs to be stated. It's hard to do on the fly. I actually was doing a little bit of math here on if I were to take this as confirmed and probables, what that would have done. It probably would have increased the amount of claims. Adding the birds would add, based on this document that Leslie did, just this document, if all those claims came in, you would increase claims by about 30%. So you'd have to think that there's again, that sort of dovetails into this, because the more things we pay claims on, the less money there'll be to transfer to wildlife services. However, remember that you operate off of general fund. So if we were to add $100,000 general fund expense, that would be an addition of general fund. And that's the thing we're being asked to be very careful about. Now, the reason I said I don't think you take that as a wet blanket, you're looking at concepts. And, that still, as Mr. Kemp asked the question earlier, that still has to go through the Office of Budget Program Planning. But the only preparation I think we need to have is that, the answer from the governor's office could just be no. The answer could be some sort of caveat to that. So if we were to say we wanted to pay $100,000 to wildlife services, they may say, okay, you can change your law to dedicate 100,000 to wildlife services, but it comes out of the 350 you already get, so that it's budget neutral, right? It's not increasing the budget. So I think that's what Mr. Simonson is trying to refer to, is that there will be budget pressure on the requests that we make. We just need to know that going in. I don't think that should deter the board from thinking what are the things it needs in making those requests. But I also think we just have to be realistic about what our success with that might be. So, but I think that's what Mr. Simonson is referring to. I think he also framed the situation pretty well, that the program is relying upon the investigations by Wildlife Services. The money that we can divert to Wildlife Services out of the claim funding is only dependent on how much is left over. And so that's going to be boom and bust. And I think I said it at the last meeting where the relationship is actually inverse. When we're busier with claims, we have less money to provide to Wildlife Services. When we're not busy with claims is when we have more money. So it doesn't really correlate with the amount of work that's having to transfer out on the landscape. But those are just some background things on that particular request, to just consider that it is requesting new general fund, and that'll be something it'll be a hard sell. It's not that it can't be sold, but it'll be a hard sell as we go through the whole executive budgeting process over the next 8 months.
Doesn't hurt to try.
I mean, all they can do is say no.
Yeah, exactly. It isn't like it's a brand new program trying to get off the ground and you really, really, really need money to get off the ground.
Just, if I'm gonna play devil's advocate to that comment, we haven't, it may be poor timing to ask for it because we haven't spent all of our money lately, so. That's the only caveat, is it may be bad timing.
So how hard are they gonna look at that money on the claims, or not claims, grant side of things that we haven't been able to get spent? Is that gonna be the year that they look at that pretty hard?
I would say our track record on grants should be a positive thing lately, because they're giving us $100,000 every year and we're eating into whatever the leftover is quite good. I mean, we're gonna spend almost 130 this time. We spent 260 last time, and something like that the time before. So I think our track record looks good on grant money.
Okay, so you're saying not so much for.
Well, on claims, we have $450,000 a year, and we haven't spent 300,000 in the last 3 years. I mean, that's a rough back of the napkin.
I did see 2012. What's that nice violet line?
Like,
Yeah.
Okay, 22.
Yeah.
That haven't been a year.
Who's that? If anyone wants to speak.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of context for previous years because I wasn't here, but I mean, obviously it was.
No, you just.
Okay,
21.
let's try this another way. How fast has grizzly bear claims been increasing? Don't know either.
I'd have to do a little number crunching on that. But I can certainly find out, and I can look at the comparisons.
I mean, I've heard that wolf has kind of leveled out, but grizzly bears have been going up.
We need some trend data.
Sorry if I'd known this, I'd have called you ahead of time. It won't be already.
It's a little harder to get some of that because the older data isn't my data, so I have to go through and make sure that I can get it.
Yeah, but we want you working full time all the time, or half time all the time.
Okay, predator trends.
Yeah.
We can send that out in maybe the March report. It'll be sometime in March. It's already almost March.
But they can use this money I mean, the excess that we give to them, they can use that for anything. Right? Wildlife services. Helicopter. Repair, I mean, anything like that.
Well, I would say that we're doing it, I don't know if it's specified in law for the Livestock Loss Board what it has to be spent for.
Okay.
I think the assumption would be is that it's for offsetting that labor cost and travel costs associated with the depredation investigations that occur around the state. I think it's probably also fair to mention that one of the reasons this just keeps coming forward with regard to wildlife services is that federal share and federal funding either retracts or remains stagnant or gets caught up in, as we've been in a pattern of shutdowns and a pattern of freezes. We went through that long period of sequestration for a while where like the federal budgets had to stay the same no matter what was happening in terms of the work and what was happening in terms of inflation in the general economy. So all of that is sort of, I think, been a strain on wildlife service, which I think is why it comes forward, or some people, have shared that that's a continued strain on them. So obviously they operate very heavily on cooperator funding, and this is another place where cooperators are using services. And while the Livestock Loss Board has been contributing to it, it's not been able to be consistent.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose we should entertain a motion before we do much more discussion. I think there's some people maybe on wanting to speak to this. I'm not sure.
I don't see Callie. Oh, there is Callie still on.
I think let's get a motion and a second on the table.
Yeah,
first.
okay, we've got one in the room that.
Okay, let's go ahead and have a motion or whether to move forward, if we're gonna do it or not, I guess, and we can discuss it more.
I'll make that motion. This is Joe Kipp, that we pay wildlife service or extra funding. And what was the amount?
$100,000 is what
100.
that has been floated around, but it's whatever you choose it to be in your motion, Mr. Kipp.
And so how much is our excess from last year?
95,000, Mr. Kipp.
Let's pay them 95,000 then, because this was brought to my attention too, to think about. The actual confirmation or confirmed kills and stuff may go down this year, but depending on the wild berry crop and other things, but the price of the cattle or the livestock will go up. So I think we're going to spend a lot more money, even with the same amount of predations. So anyway, I'll make my motion that we pay the wildlife service $95,000 from the excess from last year.
I think we're not really discussing that.
No, we're talking, yeah. So just to reframe that for you, Mr. Kipp, we're talking about additional funding that would be static in the amount of $100,000 for wildlife services, regardless of whether we had anything to transfer or not.
This base. Oh no, go ahead.
Where did we get the money?
From the general fund.
Okay. And instead of doing it yearly, you want just a flat $100,000 every year to them.
Well, I don't think there's a suggested change to the other language. I think you could still provide rollover money if you had leftover money, but this would be in addition to that. This would be a new appropriation, a new spending.
This is basically just to ensure that if things get tight in the future, there's more money we have to give to wildlife services out of our excess, right?
Okay.
Not out of our excess. It would be an appropriation.
Yeah.
It'd be a legislative item that we're going to request.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There you go.
All right. I make the motion that we ask the legislative to just fund wildlife service for another $100,000 in addition to what we already give them.
Doreen Gillespie, second the motion of Mr. Kipp.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Do we have some discussion? I think there's some people on that want to speak to this, maybe? Go ahead.
Raise your hand, shout out loud.
Okay, good afternoon again. Jumping in here to chat about this a little bit, we at Stock Growers are not supportive of this ask. We have analyzed all the wildlife services funding and the funding structures and really feel that this shortfall is a federal issue. The federal government has not been increasing their funding to wildlife services. And this is something that is really important, obviously. Wildlife services they have to do their job. They have to go through and look at confirmed kills and do things like that, like we've chatted about a little bit today. And we need the federal government to cover those costs that they are requiring the agency to do. And so as we've seen increases in, cost of living expenses that wildlife services is required to pay federally, federal government is not stepping up to cover those additional cost of living expenses. And that's just one example of where those disparities come in that agency budget. But we just really feel like this is a federal issue. When they get that funding from the federal government, they're also able to have that flexibility to put it where they need to put it. Often when it comes from different revenue streams here in the state, it's kind of allocated to one area. So then they have to move other things around to fit where they need to fit things. So a federal increase is going to be the simplest, most efficient way. And we also feel like it's the right thing to do.
So what percentage of livestock claims goes to cattle?
I don't know, John.
I could tell you.
It's all written down somewhere, but.
Of money or head counts?
Money.
Yeah.
Sure.
And Trina, yeah, both of them have their hands, yeah. Okay, Callie, do you want to address this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you. So I don't disagree with what Ellie has said on behalf of stock growers that there's a need for more federal funding, and we're actively pursuing that at the federal legislature as well. As you probably know, the federal government funding is very tight right now also, and it's difficult to ask for any money there. We're pushing hard for additional federal funding, but it's much harder to get that at the federal level than at the state level. So the wool growers would also support getting additional funding at the state level until, I mean, there's a need for both. And we would support seeing funding come in through Montana, ideally through something more creative than just using general fund money, like putting an appropriation into a trust fund and using interest from that. That statute already exists for the Livestock Loss Board. It just needs the funding. And my understanding is that that's where the excess money goes, but the reason you're only currently allowed to pay out 50% is because the statute restricts 50% to non-lethal. So one option to help address this would be to change the statute for that trust fund to allow more funding to go towards wildlife services rather than having 50% restricted on that trust fund. Another question I had for the Livestock Loss Board is whether there's a reason the board hasn't been applying for the Wolf Livestock Demonstration Project grant through the federal government, because there is federal funding available there that the Livestock Loss Board has received in the past, which could help fill in the gaps with federal money for both compensation and prevention. And then the third thought I had on this is, since the trust fund, the Livestock Loss Reduction and Mitigation Trust Fund, allows for money to be placed in the fund from any source, is this something where the Livestock Loss Board could be looking to some of the NGOs or federal grants, other programs to get some funding into that trust fund to generate interest for wildlife services, because we do feel this is a need, that the livestock loss investigations are taking money away from what could be used for predator control, and it is becoming a serious drain. I think everyone recognizes that. We just need to find a more consistent source of funding. Thank you.
Thanks. Trina's on. Trina, you have something to speak about?
Yeah, I don't really need to comment anymore because I'll just ditto what Callie just said. We've been having the same conversation a lot in the Montana Conflict Reduction Consortium. And so I would just agree with everything that Callie just said.
Wait.
There's somebody else, could I give my 2 cents?
Sure, I think.
I guess I almost got here too late for that, so I'm not even totally sure what all was covered, but I kind of agree with what all Ellie said, and of course, Callie always rely on her a lot too for good information, but yeah, this has been one of my pet peeves for so long. It just seems like, we're forced to keep the grizzly bears on the endangered species list. We're still fighting to get them off there, but the federal government's the one that causes all this problem, or it's more for them than it is for Montana. And so I guess I'm just really I'll say what I'm for, and that's for letting the US government and these NGOs and all the lovers of wildlife to participate in this thing and not put it on the backs of the Montana taxpayer. Because right now, that's kind of what it's been. And I just, by pure chance, talked to another senator that's always been very supportive of us this morning on a totally different issue. But I just said that Doreen was down here at the Livestock Loss Board, and he said, he just reminded me, he says, don't get carried away on that. That's, we're stretching the Montana time. Kind of the same thing I've been thinking all along too, and just said, let's not be making the Montana taxpayer pay up for everything that the federal government costs and losses and prevention, because that's all good, all should be covered. But like I say, that's just been a pet peeve. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on? No. Nope. Well, I guess we need to.
Oh, yeah, Callie raised her hand again.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, if I may, I've been having a lot of conversations at the federal level on this topic, and I wanted to respond to something that was mentioned previously about this being a federal issue and not a state issue. And what I am hearing at the federal side is, with grizzly bears, while they're listed, yes, they will take responsibility for some funding on that. But once animals are delisted, it's on the state. So we can't look to them for help. And that's what I'm hearing, is this pushback between the federal and state government on who's responsible. With wolves, them being delisted and the state having taken responsibility, the thought process of the federal government is this is on Montana now, and that Montana needs to come up with the funding, whether that comes in through their licensing, through Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, or through some other mechanism. But I did want to convey that this conversation is happening both at the federal level and at the state level of who is responsible, and there will be pushback from the federal level if we're looking to them for all of the funding.
Okay, thank you. Well, we need to decide what we're gonna do here. I mean, if when the grizzlies get delisted, it's gonna be even more put on the state. I mean, if the legislature approves this,
Well,
that's fine.
Madam, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment. If they are delisted and they're out killing our cattle, we will have the right to
Yeah,
defend ourselves.
Take care of them.
So that's going to be a plus there.
Mhm.
So, enough said.
Yeah. No, you're right. Okay, I guess we have a motion on the table. Anybody else? Okay. All in favor of going ahead with this request? Signify by saying aye. For a second? I don't know, we already got the second. All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Joe? What's your vote?
We can't see you, Joe.
Mr. Kip, you're both muted and no camera.
For one time, it's important to have
Yeah.
everybody vote.
Maybe that's too much
That's
coffee.
how it works.
Yeah, that's possible. Too much coffee. Well,
Well, if you want
Well, I guess,
requested numbers, it's 88% and 9 for sheep.
okay, thank you.
well, I guess, I mean, we've got 2-1, so I guess the motion fails.
Well,
right?
That depends on how you vote.
Well, but I only vote on a tie, in a tie, don't I?
Well,
Well, we don't know if there's,
No,
like,
you-
if Joe didn't vote.
I think the chairman only votes in a tie, if there's a tie.
Can
No.
we,
Well, I
Chairman-
can vote if you want to.
okay.
There you go, there you go.
Where,
The motion
What
is.
am I
to
voting on?
whether to move- The motion is to whether to move forward with this $100,000 request.
Yeah, and I'm going to qualify that my answer as I have sat in on the national meetings with Wildlife Service and looked at their budget request, not just for large predators like us, but for the rabies program, all the airports, keeping the birds out of the runways, and all of the wild hog stuff. That's what's affecting our row crops, our vegetable crops. The E. coli is coming from them. I sat in on that, and I know that their budget requests have always been double of what they've been given. So I also agree that the federal government should step up, but they're not. So I'm going to go ahead and make my vote is yes, I'm for this.
Okay, now it's a tie. So I vote in favor of it. So the motion passed 3-2, I guess. Okay,
are we done?
multiplier, no, we're not
Oh,
done.
well, okay, I'm sorry.
Wishful thinking.
I feel like we get in the car. Are we there yet?
Multiplier, this is another money thing that's gonna
Good.
cost some money.
Mr. Chair, the fourth proposal on the table for legislative proposal is to request additional annual general fund to support a livestock loss multiplier on qualified livestock depredations. The 2021 legislature authorized the establishment of a multiplier to reflect the actual depredation losses experienced by Montana livestock producers. The language 215.3112, the board may reimburse confirmed and probable livestock based on paying a multiplier of the fair market value of livestock based on the board determined region. We did some research with the department or with Wyoming, and we ran our numbers through some of their research and what they based on, and so you can kind of see a number there of what we might expect from the 2025 existing claim reimbursement data if Wyoming's multipliers were applied to Montana losses. Not that is the number we're proposing, but that's the only research we have available.
But I think it'd be fair to say 2025 was not a large year.
No.
And if we were to institute the multiplier,
you're probably looking at what the fiscal note's gonna entail. And it would be, if we had to look at probably the biggest year, you're looking at a fiscal note of over $1 million of new general fund. And put that in the context of what I said earlier about the availability of additional general fund. So
Yeah.
that's maybe not the 100,000 maybe is a hard swallow, but that one I think would be a hard choke. I'll just be honest. There it is. I wasn't a wet blanket on item 3, but I'm a little bit of a wet blanket on item 4. Asking the legislature for more than $1 million in new general funds, probably gonna be pretty tough in 2027. But again, as Ms. Blackman said, all they can say is no. But
Oh,
that's up
gosh.
to you.
I can't go up there.
You know, there's kind of a move, well,
Go ahead.
like Wyoming, you know, you guys know Wyoming. They reimburse, the state reimburses, the FWP reimburses everything. Claims, damage, everything.
Do they get all of their budget from hunting fees?
Hunting,
They
basically
do.
hunting.
They get all their, wow, they must have extensive hunting fees.
They're not that much, they're not
Really?
like ours. Nope.
Jeez. I just find that amazing.
Yeah, no, and that's been in place for, I don't know how long. We were on a Zoom call with wool growers here a while back. And, they claim it wasn't that hard to sell, but I can't believe it wasn't to the
taxpayer?
To the FWP, well, the taxpayer, yeah, well, and one of the guys really pushing it was in the legislature at the time. So, you know, maybe it was a little easier, but, they pay almost, you got the figures, what they use for multiplier, don't you? I got them.
Not a simple answer, but I have all
got 'em
the
written down there.
parameters that they use.
From our Zoom call.
Yeah, it's like if they're in a grizzly area versus a non-grizzly area, it's different, and it's like 3.5 on calves and lambs, and then it's from memory, I should probably pull up the actual.
Grizzly, if it's on calves, it's 3.5 to 1.
Yeah.
I think sheep, it's 3 to 1. With wolves, it's 7 to 1 on calves.
Can you ask Craig if he agrees those numbers? No, can you ask Craig?
Say again,
Can you ask Craig if he agrees with those numbers? If he has that kind of data?
on the Wyoming 7 to 1, 3 to 1?
Yeah.
That's what you're asking?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't,
It's okay.
it was slow on the follow-up.
No, that's okay.
Go ahead, Craig.
I don't have any data on Wyoming.
No, what I meant was 7 to 1. Okay, you find one dead out there to grizzlies.
Calves, that's wolves, that's wolves.
Oh, that's wolves. Okay, wolves. That's what Wyoming is finding. Is that what you're finding?
Actually, I don't have those numbers crunched right now. I couldn't be able to, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. I do know that there are significant losses to producers that are likely predation by wolves in certain parts of the state that would be close to those numbers, if not more. It just depends. Then there's other places where it's not even close to those numbers. So, but yeah, I could get you those numbers, but I don't have those in front of me right now.
We'll wait and see if this particular motion passes before you crunch those numbers.
In 25, just an example, they paid out $900,000 in grizzly bear damage alone. This wildlife program. 24, they paid $240,000 for wolf damage. Just kind of an idea.
Do they also, do they pay for open cows?
Nope, they don't.
Just dead,
They don't. No, and everything has to be verified by wildlife services still with this, but no, they don't pay for any of that
type of
pregnancy.
Okay.
No.
Could I just say amen to what, you just said on that? Because that has always been my perception is that, it's those extra losses, how many pounds do you sacrifice in the fall? Because especially in the case of wolves, running them a lot and whatnot, keeping the cows excited, conception rates go down, weaning rates go down. cow condition goes down. And there's just so many of these other things that irregardless of what you find for dead ones, it's not only the ones you don't find, but then also all these other little factors too that make such a huge difference on that. Probably should be about 20 to 1, but that's here again.
But they also pay for damage like, the hay damage and stuff like that too, Wyoming. That's all they pay for fences, damage to crops. A lot of things.
Can I jump in?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. We are definitely not opposed to a multiplier, but we are a little concerned about just the level of ask that this one would bring, like you guys have discussed, with Mike saying it's over $1 million, and same thing, running out of money within, the bucket you guys are already working out of. That's definitely a concern for us as this conversation carries on, but again, understand and appreciate the concept.
Well, I mean, I guess I look at, when did they? It's already in the statute, isn't it?
Yes.
2021. So
But
if
we
they
never established.
if they didn't see fit to fund it then, they're sure is not gonna see fit to fund it now.
Just ask for a motion and we'll hang our heads and pretend not to hear it.
I actually don't think you need to entertain a motion.
really?
Yeah,
We're not-
unless somebody is willing to make the motion.
Yeah.
I think we should just, I mean, my opinion is just leave it, let it die, let it sit here, but if somebody wants to bring it forward, I'll ask for a motion. Okay. Okay. Reimburse vet bills.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna quickly turn this one over to Ms. Blackman. This is paying veterinary proposal is to pay veterinary bills up to $500 for injured livestock guardian dogs. Ms. Blackman brought this, via email.
Just, we had already discussed, it came up at the last meeting that adding vet bills for cows would probably chew through the budget, 4,000 for a bull, average cull bull. But we do provide grants for the purchase of guard dogs, so that makes them a little different than, I guess you'd say, per capita livestock. And I just thought that if you try to save the life of a proven dog, we'd be money ahead, rather than having someone buy a pup and then find out it's a dud. Not to mention a proven dog protects against other things other than wolf deprivation. They protect against coyote deprivation also.
My only question would be, I don't know if I've ever had a vet bill under $500 for a life-threatening.
There you go.
It's just, we only give out 500 for, and we need a cap.
I mean, you could probably get up to, depending on how good you think the dog is. I mean, you could get up to $2,000 in vet bills pretty easy. And then you got the other issues about how long it takes them to go back to work and just things like that. I mean, really, I don't think $500 is enough, but I don't know, like you say, we want to increase that, or just, I mean, I don't know, $500
Increase
better than
that, but
nothing.
I think you almost have to increase the purchase price of the dog.
Probably. So right now we just pay through on a grant, we pay for vet bills. Or-
Yeah, sometimes with grants, it's standard veterinary care, I think is the way it's worded.
Which has to buy us donuts.
Is that how it works?
Already brought them right here.
We don't pay in just the regular claims that come in.
No, it was
Correct.
only preventative.
Claim
Yeah.
is, confirmed and probable kills.
Okay.
Just like
Okay.
every other livestock.
So what do we pay for the purchase of dogs? 500, okay.
Get on with your phone ringing while you're drunk.
He's in trouble. Our next meeting.
No, that's okay. I guess I'm not supposed to be, I'm supposed to be directing the conversation, not stating my opinion.
But on the other hand,
I guess we need to have a motion.
your opinion is,
I guess we need to have a motion on the table before we discuss. it.
Yeah,
I always get carried away.
Raina Blackman makes the motion to reimburse vet bills up to $500 for injured livestock guard dogs.
Doreen Gillespie seconds the motion of Raina Blackman on the $500 motion.
Okay, thank you. Now. Yeah. I mean, I guess 500 is better than nothing, you know, but you know, and I don't know what, we haven't bought a good dog card for a while, the one we've gotten haven't been that good. But
Understandable.
I mean, 750 or, you know, I don't know what people are getting for guard dogs anymore.
Question,
And you do have a hand up in the public, but.
Okay, go ahead, Leslie first.
will Wildlife Services do an investigation on an injured dog?
I don't think so.
So how do you confirm, I mean,
I think a veterinarian would have a pretty good idea of the injuries.
so we're taking veterinary
I don't know.
information, I mean, that's in, I mean, the Wildlife Services.
Yeah, I don't know.
Statute. I haven't thought about that till just now, but.
Okay, we got some comments.
Hands are coming up. Some folks out there are
Who's on
smart.
first?
Callie was on first.
Okay, Callie.
Well, I'll let Craig answer Leslie's question. I believe they do, and then I'll go next.
Okay.
So yes,
Mr.
Wildlife Services does investigate attacks, injuries on guard dogs.
Okay.
From my experience, my professional experience over the course of a long time, I've found that vets have the worst opinion of animal attacks.
I have a cousin that's a vet. He's pretty good. Enough said.
No, could you go into a little more detail on that?
He doesn't need to.
They say there's something else. It wasn't I don't know, it wasn't a wolf. It was what? Road rash?
So what my personal experience has been is vets are trained in veterinary medicine. They are not trained in determining what attacked a guard dog or livestock. So they're not trained in wildlife.
Fair enough.
Craig, I'm sorry, I'm just asking, how does that transpire? They call you, it's an injured dog because it's going to the vet, right away? At what point do you get involved?
No, not necessarily. A lot of times, when they find the animal, or it ends up being missing, that there's just a timing to where they usually send us photos and then we can meet them somewhere. That's usually how it happens, on their way to the vet, or photos from the vet. Then we go look at the dog after it has seen the vet, and then it's shaven and you can see that kind of stuff. But yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Callie's still.
Oh, Callie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to vet bills and specific to livestock guard dogs, I have spoken with a few producers on the expenses they would expect, and it sounds like vet bills do tend to run in the 2,000 range as opposed to 500. So 500 probably isn't going to be, from what I'm hearing from producers, it's not even really going to be worth doing the paperwork on it if they can't get more of the vet bill covered. So we would like to see that higher, especially for the reasons that Raina mentioned earlier, that when you have a dog that is trained to do the work out there, the role of the grant side of the Livestock Loss Board is prevention, and that's what these dogs do, is prevention. And so it seems to be perfectly in line with the Livestock Loss Board's mission to keep these dogs in use. And I've heard some producers say that when they have a dog attacked, it's almost better if the dog dies, because otherwise they're incurring vet bills. They've got to pay to feed the dog until it recovers. Sometimes the dogs are so scared from that experience that they will not go back into service. So it's quite a hit when a dog gets in a tangle like this and ends up with quite a bit of vet bills. And it does seem like that would be in line with the Livestock Loss Board's mission, even under the grant side, if you wanted to find, apply a different funding source for that compensation.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Sure.
I agree with what she said, but what she's also saying is that we are the Livestock Loss Board. We can go through that with a grant more so than the Livestock Loss Board. And what I'm seeing we're doing here now is through the Livestock Loss Board, we're offering $500 to help cover what the grant doesn't, so that they've not only got the grant, because we are not for injuries, we are for a loss. And I know that it's for prevention, but that's mainly through the grants. And so I think it's nice that at least 500 is being offered here. This is just my opinion, because you can also apply for a grant to cover more. That's it.
Wait.
Can you? I haven't read the law in a long time.
Callie's got my mind going here. If we, let's say we didn't have a grant cycle, or what, even if we do have a grant cycle, can you apply for a $2,000 grant to pay your vet bills for your dog? And
just call it a grant, because it's not truly a loss reimbursement. It's a funding for a preventative practice.
For a preventative practice.
Wow,
That's exactly where I was going, yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah.
Is that in the law?
Let's look.
Those are the words I've been hearing.
It seems like that is in the law. It does seem like that's kind of.
Be no different than
You
doing
put up defenses for
$10,000
prevention.
before we were put preventative measures. I mean, it's all for the same goal.
Yeah.
I mean, you might, that's kind of a risk, right? I mean, you're taking a risk.
It's like the bees. You put up a prevention so that you don't have the problem.
Yeah.
And so that's the way I've been hearing, unless I'm hearing it wrong, that helps for the prevention, where we're the Livestock Loss Board. And I'm more than willing to do 500, because the grants also can pick up some of that if they apply for a grant to help the dog.
You look through these grant requests, and several of them, say that having dogs out there helps.
Yeah. And it's for prevention.
I have no experience with how good the dogs are afterwards.
It just depends on the dog. If they don't get chewed up too bad, they're probably okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not to sound too crude, but you'd still have a $2,000 vet bill, whether the dog was good or not good.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't know until the dog heals up.
I never think my ideas are that complicated. Seem pretty easy to me. Like that seemed.
What have we paid? Have we paid anything?
For vet bills?
Yeah. I thought we have paid vet bills.
We pay vet bills in the sense of like, when you got a pup and I think, you're doing.
Standard vet exam with vaccination.
Okay, but no injury type.
Yeah, like maintenance stuff.
Okay, then I thought it
Well,
was.
there was one dog that George McKinney's dog that got hit, last summer, 2 summers ago. I took it to the vet. George said he was gonna contact them about paying vet bills, and then you tell me the dog probably died.
Is this George or Ken?
George Edwards told me.
Oh, George Edwards.
This would
I
have
thought you were
been,
talking about
no,
Ken
this is
McKinney.
Ken McKinney's dog.
Oh, yeah. No, it survived, actually. He told me. I mean, there were some other dogs that did die, but this one in particular survived, and they said it was still out there. And in fact, the dog was supposed to be spayed. We sold it to them. And it was supposed to have been spayed when we bought it. Well, lo and behold, here last summer, it comes straight to with a puppy behind it. So the dog the dog survived and had a puppy.
Are you trying to find statute?
So,
Leslie?
Yeah,
I was looking for it
through
too.
a
I
few
can't.
different- Well, I found the one, I mean, there's specific mention of veterinary bills, but I was looking at a couple different things, so.
I think that's the only one I can think of.
how much have we paid out in
113.
Dog,
the
That's
maintenance,
the one with the-
like for a puppy to,
But that's specific to the account, and so it doesn't.
Oh, is it?
It's in a
how
weird
much we
place.
paid out in those?
well, if you look at Converse's, wasn't it 2,000? But part of 1,000 of that was those collars. Which I don't know exactly where they live, but that probably keeps them off the county road.
I mean, the specific grant information is 215-3111. I think that's what you're looking for.
So I think what you're looking for is an 81-113.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Part
one
two.
about vet bills, yeah.
Yeah,
But that's, yeah.
including but not limited to veterinary bills caused by wolves and grizzly bears.
And Converse, their vet bill was $250.
And she specifically said he. We weren't talking about Spain one.
I mean, but in there, between buying the dog food, collar, vet bill, and other accessories, $2,300. For a dog.
So that is prevention work.
The,
113.
the loss reduction restricted account, it's specific to the account. So is that the account for prevention or the account for,
It's the reduction.
right?
They're backwards, if you remember, in their terminology. The mitigation account talks about the claims we pay, and the reduction account talks about grants. I don't know. why they're
Yes,
titled that
that's,
way, but-
Okay, so
Yeah.
that is the grants account, right?
right.
Okay,
And in that, all I've ever read is that it just requires that it be spent for reducing predation on livestock. Like, that's the only qualifier,
Right.
really.
and yeah, and the 215-3111 is what goes through all the requirements for establishing grants, and I mean, there's nothing in there that
Precludes
jumps
it.
out as.
Yeah, that would
not
stop
allowing
you
that to
from
happen.
doing it off cycle or whatever.
So your motion is, I don't think, you wouldn't need a motion for grants,
Right,
but you would need a motion for claims.
correct.
Because we don't pay on confirmed or, I mean, we only pay on confirmed or probable losses. We don't pay on injuries.
So, and so the motion's on the floor, all you gotta do.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. I'm sorry, you're right.
Well, we can pay for it out of the loss account, which we're not using up, or we can pay for it out of the grant account, which sounds like we are starting to push, I don't know, the edge, or could conceivably soon push the edge of. So I'm gonna leave my motion on the table to take it out of the loss end of things, but we need a cap, and somewhere in there, there's up to, and I don't know where that's at.
I'll just leave it at that.
I
mean,
realize
guess-
500, if some people consider it a drop in the bucket, not worth crying for, I'm a firm believer in the freedom of choice.
Well, cost, okay, discuss this? Anybody else want to discuss it?
Public comment?
Public comment, yeah.
I think you kind of already took public comment, but.
Okay, let's have a vote. All those in favor of Raina's motion?
There was a second.
Oh, no, we're voting. Okay, all in favor. Sorry, I'm just getting loopy. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Joe left it?
Joe, I didn't see you.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here thinking about it.
Okay.
I think I'll abstain for now. It looks like you won the vote anyway. You're good.
Okay. Okay, motion carried.
This isn't a win-loss thing.
Okay,
If it would have failed, I don't know, just went home.
all right, I guess we have,
Well, we do remember all these have a long road ahead of them.
Yes,
This is just the start.
public comment period. Anybody out there have anything else to say?
Mr. Chair, one thing I would just put out there is that these are just proposals that have come forward in the context of meetings, so might want to do a check to make sure that nobody on the board had anything proposal for legislation or budget that they wanted to discuss. And then, of course, if the public also had, if they came with items to share with the board to consider for legislation and budget, you might want to give them a chance at that too before we close that part of the
Okay.
conversation down.
Okay. And anybody want to address what Mr. Honeycutt just said?
As long as nobody's talking.
Okay.
It just occurs to me that, maybe this is as good a time as any, but, just thinking about this is what, was brought up about, the federal government, balking on, in other words, if we do, because I've been working hard trying to get the grizzly bear, at least keep the conversation going out there. Now, so far, nobody has picked up on it and ran with it. I did, I'll make this quick, but, I did do a thing in New Orleans right after the 1st of January there. They have, it's a SARL conference, and what it is state legislatures and, or state agriculture and, rural area legislators leadership conference. And, before I was done, they had me, on a committee for the Endangered Species Act, because they call it a dating deal, and you have like 12 tables sitting in a great big room, and people could choose which one to go to, but 12 different topics. So they put me on, so that was number 13, but, and I did one on the Endangered Species Act and, trying to modify it, and, been working with Jim Hagenbart down in the Dillon area, and most of you know him, but, and he's very adamant that there's been so much harm, way more harm done, a lot of times even to the species involved, not doing what it really should be doing. So I ran a table on that, and I was just amazed that we kept, my table stayed busy all during the full 2 hours. So, but it was about, fighting back as states on the Endangered Species Act, getting it on there and then just leaving it, like for the bears for 50 years now. It's been on there. We're going on year 51 now. But, so just something to think about. What came up today, I guess, sobered me up just a little bit. The fact that then they'd use that for leverage to cut funding, even though we would be under the reign of the federal government, because if you get it delisted, they can put them back on there in a heartbeat. So in my mind, you're under their reign of authority, but you do have a little bit of latitude if you can get them to release that grip and put it back on a state deal. At least you have a little more latitude than you did before. If you have problems that need to be solved, they can be solved locally within the state instead of begging to DC, which has no interest in listening half the time. And, but that might be just something for everybody to think about is, do we want to go ahead and push for delisting of the grizzly bear, for example? How hard do we fight to keep, the wolves off the list? cougars on. You know, we don't hear much in the legislature about cougars, but boy, the wolf deal is, those are some tough debates there for the wildlife board. In both the Senate and the House, they're always full, it seems, and there's almost 10 of the environmentalists to one of us, so we're outnumbered there, but thank goodness we, you know, kind of held our own in the vote. So anyway, even in spite of that, but so anyway, just, yeah, some food for thought.
Okay. Anyone else? Public comment? This is your time.
Just a couple of things. Somewhere on our scoring, it's gotten lost. There's supposed to be, I don't know, 5 points for if you are if this is a new application, somewhere it has gotten dropped.
Yeah, I didn't see that on the previous one, but I can certainly add that in if there's any other items that need to be a graded scale as opposed to just a pass fail. I can add.
That's the way it was written. I have no interest in rewriting the score. I do know I introduced that, and it's somewhere in minutes.
So 5 points for new.
Oh, you probably wouldn't even have to look through the minutes. Go back 3 years, however long I've been. Go back 2 years and just look at an old scoring sheet, and it should be there. And it wasn't on the agenda for this meeting, but Jordan put up that we should give, well, he didn't say, he said we should give preference to people that use all their own money versus people who can find grants to.
Yeah, I thought the wording said something like, if all of your cash match was federal funding, that it wouldn't be accepted or something.
Well, that's the way it
about changing it.
originally said, and then we threw that out.
We did have a discussion.
We removed that, yeah, at the planning meeting for this grant cycle, that was removed with the caveat that we would potentially incorporate a grading scale of some sort to where if you're putting forward your own cash.
But you had brought that up, a sentence, and then we moved on, and I thought it was a really good idea. And
as opposed to just throwing them out, having it be an actual scale.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea. I didn't mind how he did it today either. But it makes sense that if you've got some skin in the game, that maybe you score slightly higher.
It's just,
Good touch.
we don't have, well, at that point, it was like 86 points. It was that was the score. I only threw that, if you were a first time applicant out there, so when money got tight, we were giving preference to first time applicants. You know, because when I was scoring them, you either scored virtually like 83 or you scored really, really low. There was no middle ground. And now that you're correcting, everyone
scores high.
gets a nice gold star, which is good. It's just, if money gets tight, we don't have, then it becomes subjective to who we're passing and who we're not funding. And if we have those nice little points there, then it's off our shoulders.
Yeah, the grading, the scoring needs to be a lot more dynamic if we get to a point where we're running low on funding, because we need to be able to separate those.
Right, it is.
Based on the priorities of the funding.
So can we just tap Jordan's proposal on for the next meeting? Or do you want
So
to?
I'm fine with whatever you want to do. We will have a new set of grants to go through at the next meeting. So.
Okay, I should have looked before I came. I didn't catch that somewhere along the line it had gotten dropped. I don't remember how many points it is.
Well, if that existed a couple years ago, I should be able to find that relatively easy. The one that Jordan brought up sounds like
is brand new, yeah.
And so, I mean, I can easily incorporate those. If you want me to incorporate those somehow in the next grant cycle, I can. But I don't know how we'll have a chance to review that
We
beforehand.
don't.
So,
It's, okay, so then it's an agenda item for next time. Okay. That's all.
Okay, that it? Anybody else got anything to say?
May 12th is the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, we're adjourned.
One more thing, please.
Oh, go ahead.
We're still
So-
with you, Joe.
Yep. So with the scoring, what we also used to have was you had to have if you came from an area or your home place, wherever you're trying to protect for the grants, if you came from an area that had a county that had a lot of activity, you scored a little higher than if you were way out in the prairie. And I think we need to kind of go back to that. I'd like to see that added again.
the current structure has a predator score
Mm-hmm.
based on what's on the application. And so they could score anywhere. I mean, they had to score at least a 2. They had to have something. Otherwise, they have no history of depredation, I would think. But I mean, there's not a lot of nuance to it. It's pretty simple. Predator score and a depredation score.
Yeah, 5 points for chronic depredation, 4 for multiple incidents, 3 for a single depredation incident, and 2
So-
points for a high-risk geographical or habitat location.
Okay, so that is still on our scoring
It is.
system, huh? Okay. I did not see that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think the issue that you guys have been dealing with the last couple of rounds is when you have way more money than you have applications, you don't have to quite be as nitpicky as maybe you were 5 or 6 years ago.
It's just a pass fail on most things, yeah.
It'll probably be getting worse.
Yeah.
Not worse, but
All right, whack that gavel again.